Chapter 5191. The white bony palm clenched, and that deity turned into silver light and dissipated. Everyone was shocked. A middle-stage deity realm cosmos giant god died just like that. He died so cleanly and in front of the Silver Moon God clan. Die for me! But at this moment, the ground exploded, and a dazzling light shot up into the sky as though the moon had risen from the ground. Yet another two middle-stage deity realm cosmos giant gods. They seized the opportunity when young Master Ming was finishing his move to unleash their strength and forcefully attacked. Junior brother, make your move. Green Bamboo said to Lin Ling after glancing at the myriad sea clan. Xiao. She shot out, and in midair, she turned into a huge white snake. This white snake bit on a piece of emerald green bamboo, and it swept down towards the moonlight. With this sweep, the originally endless moonlight revealed its true form. It was a moon man covered in dazzling light. This person seemed to be formed by the moonlight. Without a certain level of strength, it was impossible to attack his body. But the first sweep of the green bamboo swept him out of his body, and the second sweep smashed him down to the ground. Chi chi chi. The sound of people gasping could be heard again. Where did this white snake come from? Why was it so strong? Lin Ling's eyes flashed. The last time senior sister helped him, it was in the form of a huge white ape. This time, it was a white snake, but they had a similar characteristic. Green bamboo. It seemed that the emerald green bamboo was senior sister's true godly body. Sir, we will help you. Saint Guai and the others shouted. No need. Lin Ling did not want to expose his identity, so he stopped everyone. After all, if Lei Gong, Longyang and the others attacked, others would be able to guess that they were the host bodies of the world wills. And at that time, new enemies would appear, such as the Rot Race and the three god sects of White Mountain. He unleashed his strength, innate talent fusion, Universe 3 Extremes Break, Lin Ling's Universe, Panga's Attack, and Faith Sword. This was the first time he used all his trump cards at the same time. Under normal circumstances, even if he used all his trump cards, he might not be a match for a middle-stage deity cosmos giant god. But this time, the opponent's attention wasn't on Lin Ling. Lin Ling was also a sneak attacker. Therefore, when all of this power landed on the body of another powerful god, the god was unable to withstand it for a short period of time and was forcibly suppressed back to the ground. I'm being suppressed again. Many people narrowed their eyes again, but more of them were staring at Jianghu and young Master Ming. Everyone could see that these two were the strongest. The myriad sea tribe hadn't made a move yet because they wanted to see through Lin Ling's strength. But now they were shocked. Lin Ling's strength was beyond their imagination. Those two are merely early-stage deity realm universe giant gods, yet they can easily defeat middle-stage deity realm universe giant gods. As for that white-haired man, he doesn't seem that powerful, but in fact, he is the most terrifying one. After all, he is only an early-stage Saint Universe giant god. Has anyone figured out where this group of people came from? The elder from the myriad sea tribe asked in a low voice, but most people shook their heads. There was a short period of silence in front of the auction. Countless eyes were fixed on the three great beings in the sky. Everyone was shocked by their strength, but they also knew that they were just showing off their skills. If they really fought, these people wouldn't be a match for the two godly clans. 9 universe stars, underworld reincarnation, young Master Ming. Suddenly, an old voice came from Chuangyu. There was a mark of a moon on his forehead, emitting a soft light. God Ancestor is here. Seeing this mark, the people from the Silver Moon clan were all shocked and knelt down on one knee. God Ancestor Silver Moon? Young Master Ming looked down at Chuangyu, his face full of arrogance. So it's one of the 9 universe stars. Everyone was enlightened. No wonder these people were so powerful. It turned out that their leader was young Master Ming. Many people had heard of this person. It was said that he was one of the most dazzling comets in the second half of the Tao Pagoda. These people are... The old voice sounded once more, and it was directed at Jianghu, Lin Ling, and the others. Lin Ling sneered. When the Silver Moon clan was exterminated in the Ocean Saint City, he also heard the voice of the Silver Moon clan. Unfortunately, it was just a voice, so he didn't know who they were. Why do you want to know so much? Young Master Ming didn't intend to expose Lin Ling and the others. Haha, young Master Ming, do you think that we won't know if you don't tell us? The voice of the Silver Moon clan was full of confidence. The old man from the myriad sea tribe sneered. He knew that God Ancestor Silver Moon was going to send people to attack them. I think that even if you attack us, you won't be able to figure out who we are. But at this time, Green Bamboo also said with a smile. Little girl, you are too confident. If you don't believe me, how about we make a bet? Okay, how do you want to bet? It's very simple. If you can't figure out who we are today, you will avoid us for 3 days when you see us again. What do you think? If you can figure out who we are today, we will be captured. Little girl, you are very confident. I don't believe that you can't figure out who we are. I promise you. After talking for a while, God Ancestor Silver Moon agreed. Green Bamboo laughed happily and said, That's what you said. Everyone here heard it. I think that God Ancestor Silver Moon won't go back on his words. Of course, if you want to break your promise, I can't do anything about it. But the Silver Moon clan will be despised by others. Well, since we are going to make a bet, I want to know why you didn't come in when you knew that we were at the auction. Instead, you waited for me outside the auction. Hearing this, God Ancestor Silver Moon fell silent. After all, he had just arrived and didn't know what was going on. The old man from the myriad sea tribe sneered and said, We don't want to disturb the order of the auction. So you are afraid of the auction. Green Bamboo smiled faintly and said, In my opinion, if you want to know who we are, you have to catch us. But if we don't leave the auction, I guess you can't do anything about it. Haha, little girl, you are so naive. There are people from all the god clans in the auction. Do you think they will help you? Hearing this, the old man from the myriad sea tribe laughed even louder and his voice was full of sarcasm. I'm sorry. Under the orders of the manager, if the guests don't leave the auction, no one is allowed to catch them. A voice suddenly came, and the old man from the myriad sea tribe narrowed his eyes. What did that mean? Did it mean that as long as these people didn't leave the auction, they were not allowed to catch them? Did the auction want to protect them? What does the Purple Wind Cave auction mean? Where is Mr. Mu, your manager? Does he mean the same thing? The face of the old man from the myriad sea clan instantly turned ugly. Chuangyu's eyes narrowed. The 2 god clans had come, and even the Silver Moon clan had come. How could the auction not give them face? Chapter 5192. In the auction house, an old man looked at the crowd and said calmly. He was Lord Bai. Everyone was shocked. It seemed that the auction house was going to offend the 2 deity clans for these people. Of course, what the manager means is that if they are in the auction house, we will be responsible for them. But if they leave the auction house, we will ignore them. Lord Bai said again. Although he said that, in reality, he was still protecting this group of people. Purple Wind Auction House. What if I ask for these people? Mysterious moonlight spread out from Chuangyu's body, and the head of an old man with silver hair and long hair appeared. God Ancestor Silver Moon was one of the most ancient deities of all eras. He was a dominator who had survived several calamities of the universe. All the deities in the primordial age knew that God Ancestor Silver Moon was not very powerful. He had even been beaten to kneel down and beg for mercy. However, he had survived several calamities. From the weakest to the strongest, no one dared to look down on him. He was like a cockroach among the dominators. I'm sorry, Mr. Mu. We can't do anything about it. Lord Bai was obviously afraid of God Ancestor Silver Moon. But when he thought of the Lord behind the scenes, he gritted his teeth and said, Let Mr. Mu talk to me. The silver moonlight formed a powerful aura and suppressed Lord Bai. God Ancestor, why do you bully these newcomers? At this time, a smile was heard. Although they did not see Mr. Mu, everyone knew that Mr. Mu had appeared. Mr. Mu, what do you mean? God Ancestor Silver Moon said coldly. If he was here, he would not have spoken so politely. He could have just taken the newcomers away. But now he could not do that. The auction house was not Mr. Mu's. There were several powerful deity clans behind him. They had reached an agreement that no leader of the deity clans could interfere with the auction. Mr. Mu would take care of everything. Only in this way could there be justice. Therefore, even though the god Ancestor Silver Moon had shares in the auction house, he did not dare to do anything for fear of breaking the rules. I'm sorry. Mr. Mu's voice was heard. Then there was silence. However, people guessed that it must be something serious. That was why Mr. Mu had secretly transmitted his voice. No way. The patriarchs of the 12 deity clans are here and the auction house still won't compromise. This group of people probably have a big background. Just wait and see. We'll know the final result. People were also discussing spiritedly. Only now did they realize that this group of people seemed to be somewhat extraordinary. However, what was disappointing was that they only knew the name of one of them. They didn't know the name of the others. Fine. I'll give face to your Purple Wind auction. However, you must remember, if they leave and your Purple Wind cave dares to interfere, then don't blame us for being impolite. At this time, the voice of God Ancestor Silver Moon floated out. It seemed that he had compromised. Godly Ancestor. The people of the Myriad Sea race and the Silver Moon race glared at him. They had come in such a grandiose manner, but in the end, they were not allowed to capture anyone? We'll capture them after they leave the Purple Wind Cave. God Ancestor Silver Moon did not explain and disappeared gradually. Xianxia, on the other hand, glared at young Master Ming and the others. He was so angry that his face was distorted. He snorted coldly and said, "Don't be too complacent. If you have the ability, don't leave the Violet Wind Cave for the rest of your lives. Catch us if you can." Young Master Ming smiled indifferently. "You've got guts. But let me tell you, don't fall into my hands. Otherwise, I'll make you wish you were dead." The old man from the Myriad Sea clan was also looking at Lin Ling. His beard was straight from anger. Lin Ling said calmly, "We'll talk about it after you catch me. If you can't catch me, then don't talk nonsense." Then, he turned around and led his people into the auction house. They would not leave. "I'm so angry." Seeing Lin Ling and his people leave as if they were going shopping, the people of the Myriad Sea race and the Silver Moon race stamped their feet angrily again. With so many experts gathered here, it would be easy for them to catch Lin Ling and his people. However, they failed to do so. Mr. Mu must have some scruples, so he reached an agreement with the Godly Ancestor. Otherwise, the Godly Ancestor would not let them go. After being angry, Xianxia murmured to himself and then left with his people. Although they were not reconciled, they did not dare to disobey the order of the Godly Ancestor. As for the Myriad Sea race, they did not have anyone who could speak for them. That elder was not even as powerful as the Godly Ancestor. Naturally, he did not dare to object. The two groups left one after another, leaving the people in endless reverie. "Lin Ling, what's going on?" When Lin Ling and his people returned to the auction house, Lei Gong and Longyang were shocked. Only Lin Ling and Jianghu looked at each other. In fact, they had already guessed it. After all, if the Silver Moon race really wanted to catch them, why would they wait outside the auction house? This meant that they were also afraid of the auction house. Moreover, when Lin Ling and his people killed at the auction house, the owner of the auction house did not show up and let them do as they pleased. This also meant that something was wrong. Of course, Lin Ling did not expect that the owner of the auction house would protect them in front of God Ancestor Silver Moon. If God Ancestor Silver Moon knew that I was Lin Ling, he would have gone all out to kill me. Lin Ling shook his head with a smile. This was also the reason why he did not reveal his identity. "I'm sure." Lei Gong and his people nodded. The branch of the Silver Moon race had been exterminated, so they had become the most wanted criminals of the Silver Moon race. However, the information on each floor of the Tao Pagoda was not so widely circulated, so no one knew them. "Hello." At this time, a light appeared in front of them, and then a middle-aged man in a white robe walked out. "I'm Mr. Mu, the owner of the auction house." The middle-aged man looked at them with a smile and introduced himself. "Nice to meet you, Mr. Mu." Except for Lin Ling and Jianghu, the others were surprised, but they still saluted him one after another. "You have seen what happened before, so I won't explain much. The reason why I helped you was mainly because of you too." Mr. Mu spoke quickly and looked at Lin Ling and Jianghu. "If we can see Master, we will say a few words for you." Jianghu was smooth and slick. She naturally knew that Mr. Mu helped them not because of friendship, but because of their master. "Thank you." Mr. Mu bowed slightly to Jianghu and said, "You can stay here at ease. You can leave whenever you want. But I have to remind you that once you leave, it will be difficult for you to come back. However, if you stay here for a long time, they will inevitably find a way to trick you out. Our auction house can't help you with this. You can only rely on yourselves. Understood. Lin Ling and the others nodded. Mr. Mu once again entered the light and disappeared. So it's because of you, Lin Ling. What's going on? Lei Gong and the others were still confused. The last time I went to the Chaos Realm, I was accepted as a disciple by Patriarch Subhuti. Patriarch Subhuti is one of the 8 gods of the Chaos Realm, so Mr. Mu also gave face to Patriarch Subhuti. Lin Ling explained. Lei Gong and the others gasped. They did not expect Lin Ling's background to be so strong. Now what do we do? Stay here until we're old? I won't do it. I'm going to the 18 Dragon Mountains to continue looking for dragon stones. Chapter 5193. We have a lot of dragon stones now, let's break through first. After our strength increases, we'll find a chance to leave this place. As long as we rush into the 18 Dragon Mountains, with the geographical environment there, it'll be very difficult to find us. Lin Ling suggested. Everyone immediately agreed. They had long wanted to find a safe place to cultivate. After all, the dragon stones were a burden to them. Soon after, Lin Ling found Lord Bai and asked him where he could find a safe place to cultivate. Lord Bai brought Lin Ling and the others to the auction house. There was a huge ancient lake there, and there were few people. All kinds of beautiful white birds were flying around. It was quite a peaceful place. This place belongs to the auction house. You can cultivate here. As long as you don't leave, I guarantee your safety. Thank you, Lord Bai. After Lord Bai left, everyone began to look for their own cultivation places. There were many caves at the side of this beautiful ancient lake. The caves were clean and tidy, very suitable for cultivation. It seemed to be the cultivation place of the predecessors. Moreover, there was a colorful mist floating out of the ancient lake. It was a dense spiritual energy, very suitable for cultivation. Lin Ling informed Xianxia and the others and chose a clean cave abode. When they entered, they saw that there was not a speck of dust in the cave abode. There was a table, a chair, and a bed, very much like the place cultivators used for seclusion. And the wind in the ancient lake could blow into the cave. It was extremely comfortable. Lin Ling casually set up some barriers at the entrance of the cave, and then began to cultivate. He had a lot of dragon stones now, so he should be able to break through this time. A dragon stone appeared in his hand. He looked up and down and saw that the dragon stone was like a gem. There were clouds of smoke swimming inside. It was very magical. Moreover, when he looked carefully, it was as if he could see a dragon swimming inside. Moreover, if he poured his divine energy into it, he would find that the dragon stone was fixed, just like a dragon's eye. The dragon stone is the product of the 18 Dragon Mountains, and the Dragon Mountains are formed by the 18 ancestral dragons. Their dragon chi is really huge, condensing into stones. Lin Ling used the primal chaos divine formula and began to refine the dragon stone. Surprisingly, the refining speed was faster than Lin Ling had imagined. These dragon stones were very suitable for cultivation. Moreover, after entering his body, he felt as if a dragon was swimming in his body. It was very comfortable. Refined? Following that, Lin Ling detected that the dragon stone turned into divine essence, being absorbed by the first dantian. This speed was so fast that it once again exceeded Lin Ling's imagination. No wonder so many people were fighting over the dragon stones. The first dantian has become stronger. Continue. Lin Ling took out a large number of dragon stones and continued to refine them. The first dantian was constantly expanding, as if the universe was constantly expanding. After an unknown period of time, Lin Ling finally felt the pressure bearing down on him after consuming 1/3 of the dragon stones. It was the divine tribulation. Breaking through the first dantian was indeed more troublesome than breaking through the other dantians. However, if the first dantian was not broken through, it would be difficult to break through the other dantians. Scram! Lin Ling waved his arm. Facing the divine tribulation, it was as if he was driving away flies. The main reason was that his cultivation level wasn't high, but his strength was very strong. Rumble! In the sky, the formless divine tribulation was destroyed by Lin Ling. After all, this was not the divine tribulation of a major realm, so its power was not very strong. After the divine tribulation disappeared, Lin Ling's first dantian successfully entered the middle stage of the saint realm of the universe giant god realm. His deity energy, soul energy, and fleshly body energy were all improving, with the deity energy increasing the most. Lin Ling was delighted. This Dao pagoda was indeed the best place for gods to improve their strength. He took out the dragon stones again and, in a spurt of energy, pushed the other Dantians into a new realm. After the first Dantian successfully broke through, the other Dantians were obviously much simpler. Under the crazy smashing of the dragon stones, they all broke through. In the sky where Lin Ling was, the formless pressure was still dissipating. It was the power of the divine tribulation. Someone is breaking through in that direction. Judging by the momentum of the divine tribulation, it seems like a deity realm giant god is breaking through. Breaking through is a joyous occasion. I really envy that god. The gods of the Purple Wind Cave were all envious. After all, it was not easy to break through at their level of strength. Treasures, foundations, and opportunities were indispensable. Some gods remained stagnant for 100,000 or even 1,000,000 years. Even if they had treasures, their foundations and comprehension of the universe were not enough, and they still could not break through. Lin Ling has broken through. Beside the ancient lake, Xiaoluan and Longyang were looking in Lin Ling's direction. They were happy for Lin Ling. The stronger Lin Ling is, the further he can lead us. Longyang was somewhat excited. Thinking of the man she worshipped, a happy smile appeared on her face. Sister Longyang, if it weren't for Lord Lin Ling, we would have died long ago. Even if we didn't die, we would be ordinary members of the masses. It was Lin Ling who led us to the end of the universe. Sometimes, I feel very lucky to have met Lord Lin Ling, Xiaoluan said while looking at the calm lake. Longyang nodded. Thinking of how she and Lin Ling had changed from enemies to close friends, she also felt very lucky. Of course, more than that, it was a kind of happiness. She did not ask for any promises from Lin Ling. As long as she could follow Lin Ling, she would be satisfied. At this moment, Lin Ling was still sprinting with all his might. His Dantians were smoothly breaking through. His godly power was also rising like a boat rising with the tide. After an unknown amount of time, the sun, moon, and stars appeared around him. It was as though he was floating in the universe. However, these mysterious signs disappeared very quickly, and everything returned to normal. Middle stage universe giant god saint. Lin Ling opened his eyes. His eyes were as calm as an ancient well, as if they had been there since ancient times. My godly power has doubled. It's now in the 8 trillion range. My fleshly body has also doubled. It's now in the 4 trillion range. My soul power has increased the least. There's only a small fluctuation. Lin Ling sensed that his overall strength had increased by a full 40%. Now, he was confident that he was 100% invincible among saints. An early-stage universe giant god could probably defeat 80% of the gods. It was still more difficult for him to defeat the stronger ones, but he still had a 50% chance. Jade-clothed flesh fruit. After that, a fruit that looked like a flesh tumor appeared in Lin Ling's hand. This was the food of the giant god clan and the Pangu clan. It was extremely rare in this universe, and he had obtained it from an auction. How do I refine this? Lin Ling looked it up and down. Then he ate it like a fruit. He took a bite. The taste was not very good. There was a fishy smell, like the smell of gasoline. However, after this smell spread throughout his body, Lin Ling instantly felt an indescribable feeling. It was as though he liked this smell very much. This was his body's liking. After all, he had the body of a Pangu. When he encountered the food of the past, he naturally felt that it was indispensable. I didn't expect that my body would like such a disgusting thing. Lin Ling was speechless. However, he felt that the more he smelled it, the more fragrant it was. Then, he ate it in big mouthfuls. He finished the palm-sized fruit in the blink of an eye. At the same time, he discovered that his body was undergoing earth-shaking changes. His strength was increasing crazily. Lin Ling felt as though he was creating a new world and tearing apart any universe. Chapter 5194. His physical strength had reached 10 trillion. His power of God had reached 8 trillion. If he fused his innate talents with Pangu's attack, his power would reach 3.6 billion. It could be said that no one in the saint level had such terrifying power. Moreover, Lin Ling's Pangu's finger and Pangu's attack could increase his power and invincibility. Lin Ling's invincibility was actually limited. If the opponent's power of God was too strong, The invincibility would only last for a short period of time. If the opponent exceeded Lin Ling's power by 3 times or even 10 times, the invincibility would lose its effect. Now that his physical strength had increased, this resistance would undoubtedly increase again. Dragon stones are indeed powerful. Lin Ling was shocked. These dragon stones were almost comparable to chaos stones. Now, he had used up all his dragon stones, and only 9 dragon stones were left. This stone gathered the essence of 9 dragon stones, and Lin Ling planned to use it to break through at the last moment. I don't know how long I've been in seclusion this time. Lin Ling left the cave and saw an ancient lake. A gentle breeze blew past, ruffling the lake water. It was a beautiful scenery. Lin Ling felt incomparably comfortable as he enjoyed the breeze. Looking around, Lin Ling saw Longyang, Lei Gong, and the others beside the ancient lake. It seems that young Master Ming, Green Bamboo, and Saint Guy are still in seclusion. Lin Ling took a step and disappeared, appearing beside Lei Gong and the others. Who is it? Lin Ling? Lei Gong and Longyang were stunned at first, then they smiled happily. You've all broken through to the peak of the saint-level universe god realm. Lin Ling looked at them and saw that their power had increased. He was instantly happy for them. And Lin Ling had a feeling that they were actually just one step away from the deity level. They were just waiting for the arrival of the deity level. However, this was normal. Lei Gong and Longyang couldn't compare to Lin Ling. Lin Ling had 8 dantians and needed more resources to break through. Moreover, Lin Ling had used up all his dragon stones this time, but Lei Gong and the others didn't. They must have left a lot behind. You've also broken through. Longyang looked Lin Ling up and down and smiled. If I can't break through with so many dragon stones, I'll have to go back to my grandma's house. Lin Ling shook his head. Only the 2 of you broke through? There's also Xiaoluan, but he's left and hasn't been back for 2 days. Lei Gong and Dragon Lady looked at each other. Dragon Lady suddenly said with an apologetic look in her eyes. Didn't I tell you not to leave this place? Lin Ling was stunned and frowned. Mr. Mu had already reminded them that he would only protect them during the auction. Now that Xiaoluan had disappeared, who knew if she had left this area? How could Lin Ling not be worried? It's like this. Longyang quickly said. It turned out that she and Xiaoluan had already come out of seclusion and were waiting for everyone. But one day, Xiaoluan told Longyang that she wanted to walk around. Originally, Longyang wanted to stop her. But Xiaoluan said that she wanted to see if there were any spiritual herbs nearby. In addition, Longyang thought that she wouldn't go far, so she let her go. Longyang thought that Xiaoluan would be back soon. In the end, he had disappeared for 2 days. Xiaoluan isn't someone who doesn't know the importance of things. Maybe she really had something to do and left, but she would definitely tell us. Lin Ling frowned. Why don't we wait a little longer? After all, it's only been 2 days. Lei Gong said. To the gods, 2 days was just a blink of an eye. Lin Ling shook his head. Outside the auction, the 2 god tribes are eyeing us covetously. 2 days is enough for a lot of changes to happen. I guess that Xiaoluan is indeed walking around, but the people from the 2 god tribes must have used some tricks to deceive her. Xiaoluan has left. The people from the 2 god tribes don't dare to violate the agreement, so they won't enter here. But it's inevitable that they will use some tricks. After Lin Ling's analysis, Lei Gong and the rest also felt that it was right. They suddenly became worried. Should we inform young Master Ming and the rest? Longyang asked. Lin Ling looked behind and shook his head. They might be at the critical moment of breaking through. It's better not to inform them. We'll look for her ourselves. Longyang, which direction did Xiaoluan leave in? That way. Longyang pointed to the east of the ancient lake. There were birds chirping and flowers fragrant. It was a land of lavender. Butterflies were dancing in the air. It was very beautiful. It was no wonder that Xiaoluan walked over there. He was bored of waiting. When he saw the beautiful flowers, he naturally wanted to take a look. Lin Ling pondered. Suddenly he said, Longyang, you go alone. We'll follow behind you. I'm afraid that if we go together, we'll alert the enemy. Longyang also agreed with Lin Ling's opinion. She quickly walked in the direction of the ancient lake. Lin Ling, will everything be fine? Lei Gong watched Longyang leave. He was still worried. This place belongs to the auction. The two god tribes don't dare to offend Mr. Mu. They definitely won't dare to come close to this place or spy on this place. But if we leave the range of the ancient lake, we will be in their sights. So Longyang will go alone. Maybe they will notice us. But if we stay at the ancient lake, they won't know. If the two god tribes really make a move secretly, as long as they catch Longyang, they will definitely bring her to Xiaoluan. At that time we'll just save her. Lin Ling analyzed. But if there's a conflict and we can't come back in time, we will be surrounded by the two god tribes. At that time, Mr. Mu won't be able to come out. No one can save us. Lei Gong frowned. There's no other way. Even if we know it's dangerous, we still have to do it. We can't leave Xiaoluan alone. Moreover, their target is me and young Master Ming. So as long as they don't catch us, Xiaoluan is still safe for the time being. Lin Ling said. Then, he and Lei Gong concealed themselves and quietly followed Longyang. They didn't dare to get too close. Lin Ling only left a strand of soul strength on Longyang for investigation purposes. Longyang moved forward along the ancient lake. After a while, she finally arrived at the place where the flowers were. Then she realized that this place was very big and extended all the way. It was full of lavender. Longyang was very smart. She smiled and continued to move forward. Xiaoluan. At the same time, she kept shouting. She intended to remind the people who were supervising this place. What a beautiful flower. Of course, she didn't show any signs of worry. She gave people the impression that she was just looking for something casually. After moving forward like this for the time it takes to burn an incense stick, she was already deep in the flowers. She was getting further and further away from the ancient lake. At the same time, several scorpions were crawling on the edge of the flowers. They looked ordinary, but they were quietly staring at Longyang. Another woman came out. Unfortunately, young Master Ming and the others didn't come out. Last time, they caught a woman. Now, there's another one. Is it to tempt her to leave? Chapter 5195. Suddenly, a five-colored brilliance appeared in front of them and blended into the flowers. It was so beautiful that one would be lost in it. Longyang swept her gaze and was immediately lost in it. However, she was still clear-headed and knew that there was something fishy about these flowers. However, even though she kept reminding herself, after staring at the brilliance for a long time, she still gradually lost herself. Because in the brilliance, she saw herself when she was young. It was as if she had returned to her childhood. She even saw her parents. She walked towards the direction of the brilliance with a blissful smile on her face. What a powerful illusory realm. This is the power of the universe, and it has reached the level of the Five Realms universe. At this moment, Lin Ling and Lei Gong were far away from Longyang. However, the soul force that Lin Ling left on Longyang detected them. He was secretly shocked. No wonder Xiaoluan and Longyang would fall for it. After all, if it was a frontal attack, relying on the willpower of the two women's worlds, ordinary early-stage deities would definitely not be their match. Because, after experiencing Long Shi's upgrade, they were no longer the same as before. But if it was a frontal attack, they would not be able to resist. Ultimately, it was because their realms were too low and their foundations were too weak. It was just that the willpower of the world was strong. But it was different for Lin Ling. Not only was his willpower strong, his foundations were also very frightening. Naturally, he would not fall for it. So powerful. Even if I stared at that brilliance, I almost fell for it. Lei Gong exclaimed. Lin Ling, what should we do now? Follow carefully. Lin Ling said in a low voice. His soul force was still locked onto Longyang. He was deeply afraid that Longyang would get lost. After all, once she got lost, they would not be able to find her again. Longyang was still moving forward, and a mountain range quietly appeared in front of her. The mountain was not high, but there was a huge brilliance at the foot of the mountain. It was very beautiful, making the foot of the mountain look like a fairyland. Longyang entered the brilliance with a blissful smile. She went in. Lei Gong immediately panicked and wanted to pull Lin Ling to catch up. Lin Ling originally thought the same, but his expression suddenly changed, and he quickly stopped Lei Gong. Sure enough, after Longyang entered, a few little scorpions crawled on the ground towards the five-colored light. They emitted a weak sound, and everything seemed very normal. However, Lin Ling faintly sensed a wisp of divine energy from them. These scorpions were not divine beasts or the like, but the god race. Lei Gong, look. Lin Ling hurriedly pointed at the scorpions, and Lei Gong did not react at first, but he gradually realized that something was wrong, because the scorpions seemed to be talking. It's probably the sea scorpion, the myriad oceanic race. Lei Gong's expression changed drastically. If it wasn't for Lin Ling stopping him, they would have been discovered. At that time, it would be even more difficult to save Xiao Luan and the others. As the scorpions gradually entered the light also gradually disappeared. Quick! At this moment, Lin Ling shouted in a low voice. He disappeared from where he was with a thunder god and rushed into the light. This light seemed to be a teleportation array. When Lin Ling and the others appeared, they found themselves on a street. Although this street was a little simple, it was very lively. Gods from various eras were constantly walking and buying the treasures around them. Purple Wind Cave. Lin Ling and Lei Gong looked at each other and knew where they were. After all, not long ago, they were buying things on this street. Then, they looked around and found a few people walking in front of them. These people's skin was slightly dark, and they were wearing brown robes. However, Lin Ling was sure that these people were the scorpions from before, and they were now in human form. They walked into a restaurant, and Lin Ling and the others quickly followed. This restaurant was very big, and there were many manners inside. Customers, are you eating or staying? Someone asked. Staying. Lin Ling and Lei Gong had already put on their cloaks and covered their faces. Although it might not be able to stop the myriad sea races investigation, as long as they were not at close range, they might not be able to see their origins. If you're staying, please follow me. That person said with a smile and was very polite. You have independent manners here, right? We want to stay in a manor. Yes. Manors cost 1 dragon stone per day. What do you think? We'll stay. 1 dragon stone per day was indeed expensive. Of course, if it was just housing, it obviously wouldn't be so expensive. Generally speaking, those who could stay in manors mostly had powerful backgrounds, and there were many people staying there, unlike Lin Ling and the others who only had 2 people. Then, under the guidance of that person, Lin Ling walked out of the inn and came to the other side. They felt as if they had entered another universe. The area here was very large, and there were birds chirping and flowers fragrant. There were manors under the mountains. It was truly a magnificent place. This was a paradise, and it was comparable to the ancient lake. Moreover, there were lights flickering in the sky above those manors, which seemed to be some kind of protective cover. Customers, if you want to stay, please pay 100 dragon stones. As for which manor you want to stay in, you can choose it yourselves. The person who led Lin Ling and the others in said with a smile. Lei Gong immediately gave 100 dragon stones and casually picked a manor. Thank you. That person was shocked. He saw that these 2 people were wearing ordinary clothes and guessed that they were not important people. However, he didn't expect that these 2 people would hand over 100 dragon stones without batting an eyelid. He hurriedly formed a barrier and gave it to Lin Ling and the others. With this barrier, Lin Ling and the others could enter the manor. Of course, they could only stay in one manor. If there's anything else, I'll look for you. Lin Ling left these words and led Lei Gong forward. In the end, they chose a manor. The main reason was that this manor gave Lin Ling the feeling that it was the closest to Longnyang. This meant that Longnyang was close to this manor. After Lin Ling and the others entered the manor, they immediately started talking. Xiaoluan and Longnyang must be in one of these manors. I just don't know which manor. Lei Gong said. It's not difficult to find the manor, but there must be a large number of powerful gods in the manor. If we want to save them, we'll probably have to end the battle quickly. Lin Ling, you're right. Catching them off guard might be our only advantage. Both of them came to a decision and didn't make a move. They were still paying attention to their surroundings. They saw that there were usually very few people walking around the manor under the Green Mountain. There were only a few scattered people, but they were all very powerful. Moreover, they quickly entered the manor. On the way, Lin Ling also saw the gods of the Million Sea tribe. They had all entered the same manor. That manor was obviously where Longnyang and Xiaoluan were imprisoned. Let's do it. The longer we delay, the more trouble there will be. Lin Ling said decisively. How about this? I'll be in charge of attracting their attention while you secretly rescue them. Once we succeed, We'll retreat immediately. Lei Gong suggested. Chapter 5196. At this moment, in a manor, a large number of gods were gathered. They looked at two women and sneered. Haha, we caught another one. This time, unless young Master Ming is heartless and doesn't care about you anymore, they'll have to listen to our orders and leave the auction. Haha. A burst of excited laughter drifted out. There were only 50 to 60 gods gathered in the manor, and most of them were giant universe gods. Fortunately, the strongest elder of the Myriad Sea clan wasn't here. Sister Longyang. In the manor, Xiaoluan was wrapped in light, and he was looking at Longyang in surprise. Longyang also entered the light and found that her godly power was suppressed. She was like an ordinary person, and the only thing she could use was the world's willpower. Xiaoluan, you didn't use the world's willpower? Longyang exclaimed. If the world's willpower could be used, it meant that the other party hadn't discovered that Xiaoluan was the host of the world's willpower. I saw that even if I rushed out of the seal, I wouldn't be able to defeat these gods, so I didn't use the world's willpower. I was waiting for the right time. Xiaoluan whispered. Longyang was delighted. Xiaoluan had finally grown up and knew how to hide his true power. Sister Longyang, I've harmed you. Xiaoluan thought of Longyang being captured and thought that Longyang came to find her and was captured. They must have wanted to use us as bait to lure Lord Linling and the others out. I've caused them to die. It's all my fault. Why did I wander around? She blamed herself so much that tears flowed out. Xiaoluan, don't worry. I wasn't captured by them. I came here specifically to find you. Besides, Linling already knows that you're missing. He's nearby. Longyang secretly looked around and saw that the Myriad Sea clan members were all pleased with themselves. She ignored them. She and Xiaoluan. Xiaoluan was stunned. Linling is preparing to save us. Listen to my orders later. Longyang said again, this light is probably the power of the universe. It can seal our divine power, but it can't seal the power of the world's will. Later, we'll release the power of the world's will with all our strength. Lord Linling. When Xiaoluan thought of the white-haired man, he became even more excited. Whenever she was in trouble, it was always that stalwart man who helped her. Sir, how should we deal with these two women? In the manor, a god said loudly. Let's wait for Elder Wan to return before making a decision. He has already gone to inform the Silver Moon race. Let's work together. However, I reckon that they are using these two women to lure young Master Ming and his group out. Unless they are heartless enough, they will definitely fall into the trap. But what if they don't come out? Someone asked. Humph. Then let's kill him in front of them. However, I believe that they will definitely come out. After all, these two women are quite good-looking and powerful. They are probably their wives or something. My lord is right. Everyone was in high spirits, as though they had just gotten their revenge. They hated Linling and his group to the bone. After all, they had sent out two godly races, but they still couldn't catch them. Now, the entire 6th floor was in an uproar. Countless people were waiting to see a good show, especially the other godly races who were laughing at them. If they killed that group of people, they would be able to raise the prestige of their races and let others know that their two races were not to be trifled with. No one has ever escaped from the hands of the Myriad Sea race. The god who seemed to have a high status said proudly. Just as he finished speaking, a powerful force suddenly arrived. This force wasn't divine power. Instead, it was mixed with a domineering aura of destruction. With a loud explosion, the deity of the Myriad Sea race exploded. He was completely destroyed. This feeling was as though a deity tribulation had suddenly arrived and destroyed all living things. The entire manor fell silent. Countless people widened their eyes. The one who died was Wan Ju. He had the strength of an early-stage universe giant god, but he was stronger than the average deity. His divine power was more than 1 trillion units. However, he was killed in a single blow. What kind of force was that? It was too strong. At the same time, a figure slowly walked out. It was an old man. His whole body was emitting lightning. He was incomparably domineering, like a thunder god. It's you. The gods present recognized that old man. They knew that he was one of the people in that group. But no one expected that this old man's strength was so abnormal. Lei Gong. Inside the light screen, Xiaoluan and Longyang were delighted. "Old man, you dare to come here alone? You're courting death." After a short moment of silence, the people of the myriad sea race were filled with killing intent. Hong long long. But at this moment, a wave of energy came from behind them. Xiaoluan and Longyang burst out with the power of their world wills and broke the light screen. Obviously, they had burst out with the power of their world wills. Longyang's world wills were eternal life, and Xiaoluan's was creation. These two were not purely offensive forces, but they had a mysterious force that expanded the light screen and broke it. What? At this moment, everyone's eyes fell on Longyang and Xiaoluan. Impossible. This is the Five Realms universe, someone said nervously. Only now did he realize that the strength of these two delicate women was actually so powerful. At this moment, another explosive sound rang out. The god of thunder pounced over, holding a light that looked like a sea urchin in his hand. This light released a destructive aura, and wherever it passed, it destroyed the power of gods and killed another god. What kind of power is this? If the first time was an accident, then the second time was definitely not. This was a true killing of a god. Everyone was shocked. They could not understand what kind of power Lei Gong was controlling. Could it be some powerful godly body? Stop talking nonsense. Capture them. The manor was in chaos. More than 10 gods rushed toward Lei Gong, and the rest rushed toward Longyang and Xiaoluan. Seeing this, Thunderlord's face turned anxious. Although he was incomparably domineering, only he knew that the strength of his world's will wouldn't last for long. Xiaoluan. Longyang also shouted. The sword of eternal life appeared in her hand. She combined with Xiaoluan and killed a bloody path. Their willpower of the world was very strange. Any divine power that landed on their bodies would immediately dissipate. Longyang seemed to have endless vitality and was immortal. And Xiaoluan's world wills created countless universal laws and blocked the attacks of the divine power. Oh my god, these two ladies are more abnormal than I imagined. The people of the myriad sea race were dumbfounded. So many people joined forces, and the divine power had reached hundreds of trillions, but they could not hurt the two ladies. On the other hand, Lei Gong was in danger. Although his destruction was powerful, his defense was not strong. Facing so many people, it was difficult for him to defend. Chapter 5197. Bang bang bang. However, at this moment, a fist suddenly arrived. It was as if a giant's fist had landed on the shark's body. Boom! After a few fierce punches, the shark's body exploded, and it was beaten to death. Most importantly, this power was not the power of the world's will. It was more like the combination of God's power and physical strength. 1. A figure suddenly appeared. It was Lin Ling. Universe 3 Extremes Break. Lin Ling did not delay. He activated his soul power and enveloped the entire manor. His Universe 3 Extremes Break was now extraordinary. Although it could cover a large area and could not kill any god, it still affected them. 10,000 the sea tribe gods' minds went blank as if they had been hit by a giant hammer. They also had a splitting headache. Pangu strike! Lin Ling shouted. Ling Hua went all out, and more than 30 trillion units of power erupted. Boom! He also used Pangu's finger. Rumble! This finger forced the gods to retreat continuously and hit the manor's walls. If not for the powerful protective screen on the walls, the entire manor would have been destroyed. Boom! Moreover, the 3 people at the very front were directly killed. Let's go! Lin Ling took the opportunity to quickly rush out of the manor with a beautiful woman in each hand. Behind him, the Thunder Lord also hurriedly followed and took the opportunity to recover his strength. Boom! The manor was in chaos. The sea tribe gods were dazed for a long time before they came to their senses. Boom! They stared at the dead gods on the ground, all of them furious. It's them. They came looking for us. So, they already knew about this. If we let them escape from us again, how can we face others? Chase! They rushed out of the manor and chased after them. Boom! Lin Ling and the rest rushed out of the restaurant. No one dared to stop them. Generally speaking, if a restaurant could be opened in the Purple Wind Cave, there would definitely be strong people overseeing it to prevent people from escaping. However, the people in the restaurant also saw that it was Lin Ling and the rest. Lin Ling and the rest had paid 100 dragon stones. If they left without saying goodbye, the restaurant would have profited. This way. After rushing out of the restaurant, Lin Ling led everyone in the direction of the auction. While as soon as they left, a large number of gods from the myriad sea tribe rushed out of the restaurant. However, they were stopped because they didn't pay 100 dragonstones like Lin Ling did. Instead, they were paid for each day they stayed. At least, they hadn't paid today. I'll give it to you. Don't ruin our plans. One of the gods furiously threw out the dragonstone. In that short moment, it was enough for Lin Ling and the rest to escape far away. Look, it's Elder Wan. At this moment, one of the gods noticed a group of people walking towards them from the main street. What happened? Elder Wan was walking over with Yin Chuangyu and the others. When they saw this scene, they all frowned. They escaped, the two women escaped, and two people came and saved them. What? What are you guys doing? You have so many people, yet you can't even stop two people? Their sudden attack, coupled with their strength, caught us off guard. All right, one of them is the white-haired man who killed Chen Quan. Chase after them. Elder Wan was furious. They had finally found an opportunity. If they let them run back to the auction, their efforts would be in vain. Moreover, after this incident, that group of people would definitely be on high alert, and it would be even harder to catch them. Escape. You still want to escape? Yin Chuangyu's eyes narrowed, and moonlight appeared in his hand. He shouted at Moonlight. Those near the auction, stop them. They're about to enter the auction. There were many strong people from the Silver Moon race outside the auction. Following that. Then they also rushed in the direction of the auction. At this moment, Lin Ling and the rest were extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, the auction appeared in front of them. Although it was close, they all knew that once they entered, it would be another world. Stop them if they want to escape. At this moment, a large number of gods suddenly appeared a few hundred meters away from the auction. Boom! Rumble! These gods were not like the myriad sea tribe. They were already prepared. They activated the universe and formed a huge light screen, blocking the way forward. One was attacked suddenly, and the other was fully prepared. These people were naturally more difficult to deal with than the myriad sea tribe. Oh no! Lin Ling and the rest's faces darkened. Then, without wasting any time, they unleashed all their strength and tried to open a path to rush into the auction. Naturally, the other party tried their best to stop them. They all knew that they only needed to stop them for a moment, and the main forces of the two Protoss races would arrive. Boom! Rumble! Of course, in the process of stopping them, they also suffered many casualties. Who is this guy? How can he be so powerful? They were shocked and angry. While, inside the auction, Lord Bai also noticed the battle outside. He quickly informed Mr. Mu. Didn't I tell them not to go out? Mr. Mu frowned when he heard the news. I don't know when they went out. Should we help them now? Lord Bai asked. Mr. Mu shook his head. I've helped them. If I do anything else, I'll completely offend the two Protoss races. How about this? You go and inform young Master Ming and the rest that they're in trouble. We've done our best. Yes. Lord Bai hurriedly left. At this moment, outside the auction house, countless people had died in a short period of time. However, Lei Gong and Longyang were getting weaker and weaker. They were only strong because of their world wills, but this power could be exhausted. The only one who could persist was Lin Ling. Other than not using his world wills, he could be considered to have gone all out. In addition, he had broken through his realm, so his strength was simply incomparable. However, there was a time limit to his trump card, especially Panga's attack, which was weakening continuously. This guy is only a middle-stage Saint Universe giant god, but his strength has surpassed more than half of the early-stage deity universe giant gods. The gods of the Moon Clan became more and more terrifying as they fought. This was the first time they had seen such a fierce saint. At this moment, the main forces at the rear finally arrived. Seeing this scene, they all sucked in a cold breath. So many people had tried to stop Lin Ling and the rest, but more than half of them had died. If they had come a little later, they would have been completely wiped out. This guy is so strong? Yin Chuangyu felt incredulous. Previously, Lin Ling was extremely inconspicuous. The strong ones were young Master Ming and that woman. You won't be able to escape, Elder Wan said with bloodshot eyes. In an instant, the situation became troublesome. The two godly races had completely surrounded Lin Ling and the rest, and they were only a few hundred meters away from the auction house. But these few hundred meters were blocked by countless universes and gods. It would be difficult to charge in. What should we do, Lin Ling? Elder looked at Lin Ling anxiously. Lin Ling didn't say anything. Instead, he looked coldly at Elder Wan and Yin Chuangyu. You are very strong. We have all underestimated you. If you are so capable, tell us your name. Yin Chuangyu said calmly. What made him feel ironic was that he had fought with this group of people twice, but he only knew the name of one of them. The others were still a mystery. Moreover, this group of people was so strong that it was obvious that they were not newcomers. He is one of the hosts of the World Wills, Lin Ling. Chapter 5198. Lin Ling, Lin Ling? World Will host? There was chaos in front of the auction. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Lin Ling, searching for him. In the end, they all fell on Lin Ling. After all, among the four people present, the one who looked the most like Lin Ling was the white-haired man. Who is Lin Ling? Of course, there were also people who didn't know Lin Ling. Seeing the serious faces of others, they were very curious. Lin Ling, a famous figure in the first few floors of the Dao Tower. Every time he goes to a floor, he becomes an overlord. I also heard rumors that this Lin Ling is very famous. Someone said, Tisk, with our strength, if we go to the first half of the Dao Tower, we will also be overlords. You don't know this, right? He destroyed the Silver Moon clan on the 3rd floor. The entire clan was destroyed, and not a single one was left. I heard that on the 5th floor, he destroyed several branches of the God clan and dominated the 5th floor. Among them was the Myriad Sea clan. Moreover, he's ranked 4th among the world's will hosts. The sounds of discussion could be heard, followed by even more gasps of astonishment. It was not strange to be in the first half of the Dao Tower. What was terrifying was that he killed the people of the God clan. This was tantamount to provocation. Such as in today's Dao Tower, who would dare to do so? As for the other 3, they are also the world will hosts. At this time, the first ethereal voice sounded again, and this also made everyone stare at Lei Gong and the others, completely understanding. Difficult, no wonder these people were so strong. It turned out that they really had a big background. 4 world will hosts. Many people thought of a key point. This was a rare convergence of the world will hosts. And the world will hosts were in fact the key in everyone's heart. It seemed that very few people cared about the world will hosts, but in the past, the world will hosts had been destroyed. Now, everyone's mind was on the top of the Dao Tower. They believed that as long as they reached the top of the Dao Tower, they would have the power to fight against the world will. Therefore, people gradually forgot about the world will. But it was only temporary. Lin Ling, someone exposed us. At this moment, Long Yang's face was solemn. Lin Ling nodded. He was most afraid of his identity being exposed. After all, there were too many powerhouses on the 6th floor of the Dao Pagoda. The Purple Wind Cave was only the tip of the iceberg. If their identities were exposed, it would attract even more powerhouses. His soul force quietly spread out as he continued to investigate. Soon, he discovered the identity of the person who spoke. It was actually a woman wearing a black robe. She was very mysterious. Most importantly, she had all the characteristics of the rotten race. This meant that she was a member of the rotten race. Difficult, the monster was targeting them. However, Lin Ling also realized that this woman was very strong. She was so strong that even if he, Lin Ling, unleashed his full strength, he was still no match for her. This person is definitely an enemy, and he's so strong. This is going to be troublesome. Ling said to Long Yang and the others. The encirclement of the great god clans was one thing, but there was also the rotten race hiding in the dark. Haha, you are Lin Ling. If the god ancestor knew you were here, he would not have let you go. Unfortunately, the god ancestor missed you. At this time, Yin Chuangyu laughed loudly. He seemed to be very excited. Perhaps he also knew what Lin Ling represented. He was the #1 enemy of the Silver Moon clan. If he could capture him, it would mean that he was the #1 hero of the Silver Moon clan. Lin Ling. I remember the person who spoiled the plans of the Myriad Sea clan on the 5th level. Elder Wan also stared coldly at Lin Ling too. The great god clans looked as if they were looking at prey. If they wanted to capture Lin Ling in the beginning, their desire to capture him was 100 times greater now. This Lin Ling is the most wanted criminal of the Silver Moon clan. You can have the others, but Lin Ling must be mine. Yin Chuangyu looked at Elder Wan and said. Elder Wan frowned. How could he agree? However, when he thought of how Lin Ling had destroyed the Silver Moon clan's branch, he finally compromised. Extinguish. Clan. Ren. No one could take this lying down. He could not win against the Silver Moon clan. I want the other 3 host bodies of the Will of the Realms. Elder Wan stated his own request. All right. Yin Chuangyu laughed coldly. He looked at Lin Ling and said, Lin Ling, you have been hiding for so many years. Now, your identities have finally been exposed. I can tell you that from this moment on, every day will be like a year. The 6th level will be your nightmare. No one will help you. Hearing this, many people nodded secretly. The 6th level was the territory of the God clan. After Lin Ling and the others' identities were exposed, they would have no helpers or backers. Even if they could escape today, they would not be able to escape tomorrow. Moreover, Lin Ling would not be able to escape today either. While many people believe that once the news spread in the Purple Wind Cave, Lin Ling and the others' lives would be even more difficult. Lin Ling, do you think you can still escape this time? Silver asked. Chuangyu said again, I forgot to tell you that I am Yin Chuangyu, the 7th son of the Silver Moon ancestor god. Yin Chuangshi, who was killed by young Master Ming last time, was the 9th son. We were all transformed by a ray of moonlight from the Silver Moon ancestor. Now, you have not only destroyed our branch family, but also killed the ancestor's son. Do you know how serious your crime is? Lin Ling. Thunder shouted. Gong looked at Lin Ling and tried to figure out what to do with Lin Ling. With the current situation, we can only try our best to break out of the encirclement. However, I suspect that even if we break into the auction house, with the news that our identities have been exposed, the auction house will probably not be able to protect us. Our next target is the 18 Dragon Mountains. Lin Ling sent a telepathic message to Yin Chuangyu. Then, he went all out and flew towards Yin Chuangyu without a word. He activated Lin Ling's universe, talent fusion, Panga's attack, and even the slightly recovered 3 ultimate breaks of the universe. Most importantly, light appeared in his hand and quietly condensed into a sword. Xian. Sword of Thought. What? They were shocked by Lin Ling's choice. At this time, Lin Ling actually took the initiative to attack? Of course. They knew that when the main forces of the 2 god clans arrived, there would be a middle-stage universe giant god expert. You overestimate yourself. Elder Wan smiled disdainfully. In his opinion, Lin Ling was walking into a trap. Yin Chuangyu was not afraid at all. His body shook, and countless moonlights sprinkled down. Suddenly, he turned into a huge moonlight giant. His godly power had reached 280 trillion. The most frightening thing was that his universe was also the 5 realms, and he had a powerful godly body. This godly body could turn all attacks into nothingness. Unless it was a powerful godly power, it would not be able to hurt him. So powerful. Witnessing Yin Chuangyu's powerful strength, their expressions changed. Clang. Silver in Chuangyu's body, the silver moonlight was like snow, but it also emitted the sound of metal clashing. Lin Ling, do you know how to write the words courting death? He was also domineering enough to say this sentence. A figure shot over, getting closer and closer to Yin Chuangyu. It was Lin Ling, and the silver light on Yin Chuangyu's body also shot toward Lin Ling. No. What was more shocking was that Lin Ling's body was protected by a powerful universe, which actually blocked more than half of the silver light. Moreover, even if the silver light penetrated the universe and landed on Lin Ling's body, it was blocked by his powerful body. That body was like a piece of diamond, ignoring godly power. 1. Chapter 5199. Not bad. Yin Chuangyu narrowed his eyes and was slightly surprised. However, at that moment, there was a roar that sounded like a bronze bell hitting his head. It was the universe's 3 extremes break. However, Yin Chuangyu's divine body was indeed powerful. It was as if it was condensed by a ray of light and was immune to most soul power attacks. It could be said that he was now the light, and it was the ancient moonlight. That's all you've got? Although Yin Chuangyu's mind was hit hard, he was still clear-headed. He looked at the sky and punched. His fist released endless ripples that affected the entire purple wind cave sky. It was an extremely bright punch. Boom! Lin Ling also punched out with all his strength. However, after the collision, his entire arm went numb. Starting from his fist, it began to turn into nothingness, turning into moonlight. Lin Ling's expression changed. He shook his left arm and his entire left arm broke. When it fell to the ground, it turned into a bright moonlight arm. If it weren't for Lin Ling's quick reflexes, he would have been turned into moonlight by now. Yin Chuangyu was much more powerful than Yin Chuangshi. His divine body was invincible. Ha ha ha, what other tricks do you have? Yin Chuangyu laughed. What a joke. A saint dared to touch him? He was courting death. Looking at Lin Ling again, although he had lost an arm, he was not injured. At that moment, his expression was extremely serious. He knew how powerful Yin Chuangyu was. Of course, his expression was solemn, but he didn't notice that the others were also solemn. That was because a mere saint could actually get close to Yin Chuangyu. One had to know that Yin Chuangyu was the best among the gods. It was not strange to say that he was the overlord of the gods. Lin Ling did not know about Yin Chuangyu's power, but how could they not know? On the 6th level, Yin Chuangyu was an existence that defeated all the itinerant cultivators on the 6th level other than the gods. He was also ranked as one of the top 100 on the 6th level and was not to be trifled with. What are you being so arrogant for? However, at that moment, a voice was heard. The dark chi in the sky rolled, and a bronze door suddenly opened. There were a total of 9 of them. After these doors opened, a powerful reincarnation force locked onto Yin Chuangyu. His moonlight divine body seemed to be pulled up. Young Master Ming. A smile appeared on the corners of Lin Ling's mouth when he witnessed this scene. If young Master Ming and the others still didn't emerge from their closed-door cultivation, then they would be completely annihilated as well. Young Master Ming. At the same time, he knew how powerful young Master Ming was. Whoosh! However, when young Master Ming's 9 bronze gates locked onto Yin Chuangyu, a terrifying gust of wind rushed over. Then, a huge sacred mountain appeared in the sky. The sacred mountain was filled with green bamboos. As the bamboos swayed slightly, the wind came from the sacred mountain. When the wind blew on Yin Chuangyu's body, his moonlight divine body was clearly transforming. Ah! Yin Chuangyu was also crying out in pain. It seemed like he was starting to get injured. Against Jianghu and Qingyu's joint attack, he wouldn't be able to hold them off for a while. Lin Ling. Meanwhile, a clear and melodious shout resounded, and it was Qingzhu's voice. Lin Ling looked over and instantly understood. He held the sword of faith in his right hand and shot it out. Although Yin Chuangyu was very strong, with Qingzhu and the others suppressing him, Lin Ling might be able to hurt him. Stop him! Seeing that their young master was being suppressed, an elder from the Silver Moon race shouted, "Rumble!" The elites from the Silver Moon race came to help. Get lost! However, an ancient bell suddenly appeared in the sky and came crashing down. The gods of the Silver Moon race had a strange feeling that they were not in the Purple Wind Cave, but in the middle of a waterfall. It was extremely strange. There were many gods who attacked, but they were all sealed in an instant. This showed how powerful the attacker was. Holy unification! Lin Ling looked up. He knew who had attacked. After all, that bell was the Donghuang bell. Yin Chuangyu, weren't you very fierce before? Why are you barking like a dog now? Lin Ling looked at Yin Chuangyu. Lin Ling, the host of the Trash World's consciousness, can only rely on others? Yin Chuangyu was in great pain, but he still laughed coldly. You also suppressed me with your cultivation level. What are you so proud of? If you are a saint, fight me. Let's see if I can chop off your head. Also, when it comes to bullying, you should see how many people there are in your 2 celestial races. Lin Ling's sword of faith came down from the sky and hit the ground. Yin Chuangyu was annoyed by Lin Ling's words. In terms of cultivation level, he was higher than Lin Ling, and in terms of numbers, he had more people than Lin Ling. Now that Lin Ling had joined forces with others, it made sense. They can hurt me, but you want to hurt me? Dream on. Then, Yin Chuangyu roared. His body surged like waves, and his divine body turned illusory again. Obviously, he had unleashed his true strength. Now, his hatred for Lin Ling had already surpassed that of young Master Ming. Of course, Both of them deserved to die for daring to kill the Silver Moon race. It was a pity that he had underestimated Lin Ling. In fact, even without the help of Jianghu and the others, Lin Ling's sword could still hurt him. It was just that it would be difficult to hit him. With the help of Jianghu and the others, Yin Chuangyu could only take Lin Ling's sword head-on. Impossible. This sword can hurt Yin Chuangyu? At this moment, everyone was staring at the intense battle, afraid that they would miss something. Elder Wan waved his hand and stopped the Wan Hai race from helping. He also wanted to see how strong Lin Ling was. Swoosh! The sword slashed down, and endless lightning appeared. Then, the divine fire burned. Looking at Yin Chuangyu's huge moonlight body, a deep sword mark appeared and slashed down from top to bottom. Rumble! Then, a terrifying roar was heard, as if the universe was collapsing. People saw that Yin Chuangyu's body was exploding continuously, as if firecrackers were lit. This force was so strong that young Master Ming and Jianghu couldn't block it. They retracted their attacks and looked at Yin Chuangyu. Lin Ling was also retreating. He kept thinking in his heart that there were too many great enemies now. However, Yin Chuangyu was too confident and wanted to kill him alone, which led to the current situation. But after this, if everyone knew how strong they were, they wouldn't care so much. At that time, it would be an even more intense battle. Most importantly, there were many middle-stage universe giant gods present, and a few early-stage universe giant gods were also very strong. Just as Lin Ling was thinking, Yin Chuangyu's body finally exploded. Endless moonlight scattered on the ground, corroding it and even penetrating it. These people were shocked. After a while, a figure reformed on the ground. It was Yin Chuangyu, but he was obviously seriously injured. There was no moonlight on his body, and he was like a mortal. Moreover, there was a sword mark on his chest, and blood was still gushing out. This sword didn't kill him, but only seriously injured him. This fully showed how terrifying a god with an ancient godly body and a high realm was. He's injured. Chapter 5200. The entire Violet Wind Cave fell silent in an instant. Yin Chuangyu was still standing on the ground, but his face was twisted. Who was he? He was the seventh son of god ancestor Silver Moon and one of the top 100 on the 6th level. There were many people who could hurt him, but none of them were here. You hurt me. He stared at Lin Ling, Green Bamboo, and young Master Ming. His silver hair danced in the wind, and the moonlight fell like snow. At the same time, a dazzling moonlight appeared behind him and turned into a beautiful divine beast. It was a moon horse. The moon horse was extremely beautiful, and its whole body was silver as if it was made to run in the Milky Way. It ran in the air, leaving behind countless mysterious runes. It's so beautiful. Many gods were attracted by the moon horse. Yin Chuangyu is seriously injured, but he can still use his strength. Elder Wan of the Sea Tribe was shocked. He had wanted to attack, but because of Yin Chuangyu's attack, he temporarily held back. The silver light fell on the ground, and suddenly, something terrible happened. Endless explosions occurred. The Purple Wind Cave seemed to be destroyed. Not to mention Lin Ling and the others, even the gods who were watching were implicated. Yin Chuangyu is crazy. Elder Wan's eyes narrowed. He knew that Yin Chuangyu's pride had been humiliated, so he went all out to kill Lin Ling and the others. However, Lin Ling and the others were the hosts of the world's will, and the Lord above them cared about them. It was not good to kill them. The most important thing was that everyone was implicated by this killing. What kind of power is this? It seems like the power of the godly body caused a big explosion. The gods in the Purple Wind Cave were frightened. The most terrible thing was that the snowflakes drifted with the wind and spread to other places in the Purple Wind Cave. In a short period of time, the explosions continued, and the weak gods were directly blown apart. Oh no! Lin Ling was anxious. He had just used all his trump cards and could not resist the snowflakes in the sky. The only thing he could rely on was the 5-realm universe. However, most of the snowflakes were flying toward Lin Ling. The 5-realm universe could not resist them. Bang bang bang. Sure enough, the universe outside Lin Ling's body was shaking. Even the entire Lin Ling universe was shaking. In Lei Gong's main hall, the people of the 9 continents were all affected. It was as if they had witnessed the collapse of the heavens and the earth. The most terrifying thing was that Lin Ling's universe continued to shatter. Lin Ling ran at full speed in the sky. His speed was incomparably fast, constantly avoiding the moonlight snowflakes. However, these moonlight snowflakes were like a universe, sealing Lin Ling's speed, making him feel as if he was suppressed in a space. The Lin Ling universe is going to collapse. Lin Ling also noticed the change. He had no choice but to take back the Lin Ling universe. Otherwise, if the universe was destroyed, he would suffer even more. However, after the universe was retracted, he would have to face the attacks of endless moonlight and snowflakes. At this moment, Jianghu and young Master Ming were also resisting the snowflakes. Of course, the amount of moonlight and snowflakes they faced was not as much as Lin Ling. They both unleashed their strength. At the same time, they looked at Chuangyu and found that Chuangyu's body seemed to be burning. It was obvious that he had used this move at the cost of his life. In that case, as long as they persevered a little longer, perhaps Chuangyu would die by himself. However, they could persevere, but Lin Ling might not. Junior brother. Jianghu shouted and looked at Lin Ling in the distance. However, she found that Lin Ling was in danger. They wanted to help, but now they couldn't even protect themselves. Moreover, they were running out of time. Go to hell. Chuangyu opened his hands with a ferocious expression. He wanted to kill Lin Ling as soon as possible, and of course, young Master Ming. However, at this moment, the sound of a bronze bell suddenly arrived. The sound was so loud that it shook the moonlight and snowflakes away. Then, a huge bronze bell appeared above Lin Ling's head, blocking all the snowflakes for him. What is this? People saw that the ancient bell blocked the moonlight and snowflakes as if the great Tao was useless. My lord! At the same time, a familiar voice came from the ancient bell. It was actually Xianxia. Now, his strength was not the same as before. He was much stronger and could actually transform into the Donghuang Tai bell. Lin Ling couldn't help but be shocked. Then, warmth rose in his heart. He had brought Xianxia out of Jianghu and accompanied him all the way to the battle. Now, he had reached the second half of the Dao Pagoda. To Lin Ling, Xianxia was his brother. Rush out of the purple wind cave. Lin Ling shouted at Xianxia. Holding the Donghuang bell with one hand, he rushed forward. It's that guy. Sure enough, he didn't let me down. Young Master Ming couldn't help but smile when he saw this scene. He had long known that Xianxia was extraordinary. Now, it really played a role. He couldn't help but look at Lei Gong and the others. He saw that Lei Gong's group of 3 and the 12-winged Yang God's group had joined forces and blocked the moonlight snowflakes falling from the sky. It seemed that the group of people introduced by Lin Ling really didn't disappoint. Rumble. Endless moonlight snowflakes fell on the ground. It looked beautiful, but when they fell on the ground, it was a kind of destruction. A large number of gods were either killed or injured. Their divine power couldn't block it. What a terrifying move! People saw how powerful Chuangyu was. It was simply beyond imagination. However, when they looked at Lin Ling, they saw that Lin Ling was holding the Donghuang bell and was angrily smashing the snowflakes. He was actually trying to break out of the encirclement. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Lin Ling gave people the feeling that he was the Donghuang Tai. And behind Lin Ling, Jianghu and young Master Ming were following to help Lin Ling. Lin Ling, you're trying to escape. When Chuangyu saw this, he couldn't help but feel anxious. He didn't expect that Lin Ling still had a trump card with him. He instantly recognized that it was the Donghuang bell. Why would such an ancient treasure belong to Lin Ling? However, the power in his body continued to weaken. If it didn't stop, he would die. I'm so angry. He looked up to the sky and cursed. Finally, he had to withdraw the moonlight horse in the sky. However, his furious move changed the situation. Many people of the Silver Moon clan were implicated. On the contrary, no one on Lin Ling's side died. Moreover, Lin Ling and the others were about to break out of the encirclement. Chuangyu is too impulsive. In the auction, Mr. Mu looked at this scene and shook his head. Chuangyu is the 7th son of the Silver Moon god ancestor, and one of the top 100 on the 6th floor. He was injured by Lin Ling. His pride won't allow him to be humiliated like this. Mr. Bai said indifferently. Then he smiled and said, It's best if Lin Ling and the others can break out of the purple wind cave. It's not that simple. However, Mr. Mu shook his head. Lin Ling, where do you think you're going? Sure enough, the Myriad Sea clan attacked. Elder Wan raised his hands and an endless sea appeared. It turned into a universe and blocked this area. He was a middle-stage universe giant god. His godly power was terrifying. Even the universe was at the top of the 5 realms. Moreover, he had the godly body of the myriad sea clan. Chapter 5201. God's Net. After Elder Wan activated his technique, he waved his hand, and a frightening resplendent net spilled out, covering Lin Ling and the others. The net was full of flickering runes, and a strong smell of the ocean wafted over. According to legend, the myriad oceanic tribe was the sea demon of the first ocean in the universe. They were also the ancestors of the myriad oceanic tribe. Lin Ling, ignore him. I'll do it. At this moment, Xianxia's voice was heard. She transformed into a giant white ape, holding a green bamboo in her hand, and swept it fiercely. Rumble. With this sweep, the god's net was swept away. This terrifying power shocked everyone once again. Star of the 3 moons. The giant ape spoke in human language. Suddenly, she stabbed the green bamboo in her hand into the sky and knelt down like incense. Immediately, endless starlight rushed out of the bamboo and covered the sky. The entire purple moon cave seemed to have been sealed in a universe. No, it was more accurate to say that it was sealed in a cave. The experts of the myriad oceanic tribe were all sealed. This. Everyone gasped. They did not expect the woman to be even stronger. Moreover, to use green bamboo as incense, what kind of technique was that? This guy obviously hid his strength when he fought with me. Young Master Ming looked at Xianxia with a smile. If Xianxia used this technique, he estimated that he would not be able to block it. Only Lin Ling could guess that this technique seemed to be passed down by Patriarch Bodhi. It could be said to be one of her life-saving trump cards. Junior brother, take them away. Don't worry about me. I'll catch up later. At this moment, Xianxia's voice floated over. Lin Ling did not hesitate and led everyone away. He knew that senior sister was not as simple as she seemed. She would definitely be able to escape. Now, the myriad oceanic tribe was stopped by Xianxia alone. Only the Silver Moon tribe was left chasing after Lin Ling and the rest. Moreover, Yin Chuangyu of the Silver Moon tribe had lost the ability to fight. It would not be difficult for Lin Ling and the rest to escape from the Purple Wind Cave. This group of people is indeed abnormal. This is not strange. One of the 9 stars of the universe, and the others are the hosts of the world's will. They are all comets of the current era. How can they be measured by common sense? The 2 tribes have failed. Witnessing this scene, many gods of the Purple Wind Cave were shocked. Bang! However, just as Lin Ling and the others were about to rush out of the auction area, a figure suddenly blocked their path. It was the woman from the Rotten tribe. Oh, I forgot about her. Lin Ling's expression changed. It was this woman who had exposed their identities. This woman was clearly an enemy. Lin Ling, you won't be able to escape. You've spoiled my plans time and time again. Now that I've finally found you, I'm going to refine your world will. On the other side, the woman with her head lowered slowly raised her head and spoke in human language. Then she slowly took off her cloak, revealing a delicate face. Her skin was grayish-brown. Surprisingly, it was not dirty. It's you. Suddenly, a cry of surprise came from Lin Ling's side. Moreover, this voice was clearly different. It was filled with intense shock. Lin Ling turned around and realized that the one who spoke was young Master Ming. Ever since young Master Ming was being hunted down, he had remained calm. The only exception was when he killed Yin Chuangshi. This time he was actually so shocked. Could it be that this woman had a very powerful background? Young Master Ming? Lin Ling and the others looked at young Master Ming. He's the god of decay. No, more accurately, he's an avatar of the god of the underworld. Young Master Ming stared at the woman and said solemnly. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's expression changed greatly. The god of decay, the leader of the Rotten tribe, was here too? No one expected the god of decay to be a woman. He doesn't differentiate between men and women. Young Master Ming continued, he's also one of the 9 stars of the universe, so I can recognize him. Young Master Ming, how have you been? The woman did not interrupt Lin Ling and the others. She only spoke after Lin Ling and the others had finished. God of Decay, how have you been? Young Master Ming replied, but his face was serious. Many of the 9 stars of the universe were very powerful, and the god of decay was one of them. Now that the god of decay was blocking their way, it would be difficult for them to escape. This is more troublesome than I thought. Lin Ling frowned as well. However, at this moment, young Master Ming said, "There's still a chance. Even though it's very slim, at least we won't die because that's one of the decay god's clones." Lin Ling nodded. "Young Master Ming, we're allies, so you don't have to interfere. Leave by yourself." The woman smiled. Her target was obviously all of the world's will hosts. Of course, other than young Master Ming, she did not care about the 12-winged sun god and Saint Guyi. After all, the solar celestial race had a grudge against her, so killing them was not a big deal. So, as for Saint Guyi, she was very interested in his Donghuang bell. "I'm not leaving," young Master Ming said suddenly. "Ha!" The woman was surprised. She knew that young Master Ming was not a kind person. She smiled and said, "Young Master Ming, you only have one chance. Do you really want to miss it? Don't think that I won't kill you just because you're one of the 9 stars of the universe. If you continue to be stubborn, you'll forever stay on the 6th level. Moreover, I know that your goal is to unify the underworld. So if you die here, how will you accomplish your goal? It's not worth it for them." In her opinion, young Master Ming and Lin Ling were not familiar with each other, so he would not continue to go against them. As expected, when she mentioned unifying the underworld, young Master Ming's expression changed, and his eyes continued to flicker. "Young Master Ming, you should leave." At this moment, Lin Ling spoke. He could see that young Master Ming was in a dilemma. However, if young Master Ming stayed, not only would he not be of any help, but he would also lose his life. Since that was the case, Lin Ling decided to do him a favor at little cost. "Lin Ling." Young Master Ming looked at Lin Ling and sighed. "I'm sorry." "It's okay." Lin Ling did not mind. "No, I'm not apologizing to you." However, what young Master Ming said next surprised Lin Ling. Then, he saw young Master Ming looking at the god of decay and smiling. "This sentence is for you." Young Master Ming. The god of decay's eyes narrowed. He somewhat understood why young Master Ming said that. Young Master Ming did not intend to leave. If he stayed, it would mean that he was an enemy of the god of decay, and he would not show mercy. How can I say this? I invited them. Now that they are in trouble, I can't abandon them. Young Master Ming smiled. His aura surged as if he was going to fight to the death. The ancient bronze door hovered above his head, which also represented his determination. In the distance, countless deities were watching. When they found out that the woman was the clone of the god of decay, they were all shocked. Of course, young Master Ming's decision was also beyond their imagination. "All right, I've given you a chance. You made a mistake, so don't blame me. From now on, the 9 stars of the universe will have one less person." At that moment, the god of decay seemed to have decided to kill young Master Ming. Chapter 5202. Rot God, the leader of the 12 god clans. No one expected that he would come in person today. Although the 6th floor belonged to the god clan, it was still extremely rare for the leader of the god clan to come in person. And all of this was for Lin Ling and the others. Lin Ling. Rot God looked at Lin Ling with appreciation in his eyes. "You are very powerful. You brought otherworld will hosts and walked step by step to the second half of the Dao Pagoda. Originally, I thought that no matter how strong you were, you would be limited and would never be comparable to us veteran experts. However, your growth is too fast. I know that one day, you will stand at the top of the Celestial Clan, and the 12 Celestial Clans will not dare to underestimate you. Moreover, Dipankara Buddha has the same opinion. He even thinks highly of you and thinks that you will surpass the Celestial Clan. You have escaped disaster time and time again, but this time, I will personally take action. You will not be able to escape." The importance he attached to Lin Ling had clearly surpassed that of the otherworld will hosts. When the gods in the distance heard this, their hearts sank. They did not expect that Lin Ling would be so important in Rot God's heart. One must know that Rot God was one of the leaders of the 12 god clans. "Thank you." Lin Ling smiled faintly. He was not happy at all. Instead, he was very unhappy. It seemed that he had become a thorn in the side again. In the first half of the Dao Pagoda, it was nothing. However, in the second half, there were many experts and many old monsters who had not come out yet. Lin Ling, pray that you will have good luck. Rot God's body was filled with black smoke. He was like a shadow bearing its fangs and brandishing its claws. Looking carefully, some of these shadows turned into mountains, some into giant bears, and some into divine leopards. Divine beasts appeared one after another. Most importantly, they were formed by the endless corrosive gas of the universe. When the God Clan ancestor took action, the gods of the Purple Wind Cave stayed far away, afraid of being implicated. Chuangyu of the Silver Moon Clan cursed. Lin Ling and the others were the prey of the Silver Moon Clan, but now they had been snatched away by the Rot race. He hurriedly informed God Ancestor Silver Moon, hoping that the old man could send the other 9 Silver Moon children to help. The myriad oceanic race was also very anxious, but they were stopped by green bamboo. They could only watch as Lin Ling and the others were taken away by the rotten race. Rotten deity, we've been through several life and death situations along the way. This shows that our luck has always been good. Rotten deity, if you want to kill us, you won't necessarily succeed. However, at that moment, a voice came from behind Lin Ling. Looking carefully, it was actually the 12-winged Yang God. Everyone looked at the 12-winged Yang God. Previously, people had ignored her. After all, she seemed to be dispensable. But now she had spoken. The god of decay frowned and suddenly looked into the distance. He saw a blazing sun appear in the east, shining brilliantly in all directions. This light was also expelling the decay energy. Solar God race. The god of decay's expression changed slightly. After a quick check, he immediately knew that it wasn't the Son of Light who had come. However, that was still the Sun God race's base camp, and there were many experts there. Right now, he was only a clone, so it was difficult for him to fight against so many members of the Sun God race. Solar God race. The expressions of the gods of the Purple Wind Cave also changed drastically. Moreover, they could tell that it was their main camp. Sunburn. An ancient voice came as 9 suns appeared in the sky. Endless sunlight shone down and burned the earth. All of this sunlight shone on the god of decay, sealing him within. Lin Ling, you guys go. We'll stop the god of decay. A dense group of solar god race appeared in the sky. They had beautiful wings behind their backs. The weakest had 20 wings and there were thousands of them. With so many experts in such numbers, it was no wonder that they could suppress the god of decay. Thank you. Lin Ling was overjoyed and gratefully bowed. He led the group forward. However, not long after, another expert blocked their path. This time, Lin Ling's group had already rushed out of the Purple Wind Cave. The expert in front of them was a Buddha. Although he was only one person, his strength was heaven-defying. Moreover, Lin Ling also recognized him. This was because he was from the 3 divine gates of the primal chaos realm, Great Buddha Baishan. Once in the primal chaos realm, Great Buddha Baishan represented the 3 divine gates of the White Mountain to capture Lin Ling. In the end, he was defeated by the joint forces of the giant ghost and little Kunlun. Now, he had come to the Dao Tower and blocked Lin Ling at this time. Lin Ling, you still want to escape this time. The huge Buddha floated in the sky and looked down at everyone. Endless Buddhist light filled the air and suppressed the earth. Another expert. Everyone in the Purple Wind Cave looked up. In order to capture Lin Ling and the others, how many experts had been dispatched? The Silver Moon race, the Myriad Sea race, the Decaying race's ancestor, and now there was a powerful Buddha. That's Great Buddha Baishan of the Primal Chaos Realm's 8 great gods. Someone recognized the Buddha covered in Buddhist light. His face was solemn. This time, the experts dispatched were even more powerful. Great Buddha Baishan. Lin Ling also looked at the Buddha in shock. He knew that things were troublesome. Great Buddha Baishan was one of the 3 Buddhas under Dipankara Buddha. With their strength, it was difficult to fight against him. What powerful strength! Young Master Ming's face was also solemn. He thought that he had enough enemies, but Lin Ling's side had even more enemies. Moreover, each of them was an existence that could not be underestimated. Let's fight. Lin Ling nodded to young Master Ming. At this time, the only way was to break out of the encirclement. Everyone immediately unleashed their strength. Lin Ling, on the other hand, had already recovered all of his trump cards. He led the group and charged over. They're going to fight. Everyone stared at this scene, their hearts hanging in the air. Could Lin Ling and the others escape? Unfortunately, for many powerful gods, Lin Ling and the others could not escape. It was difficult, extremely difficult. Lin Ling took the lead. With the powerful Lin Ling universe, innate talent fusion, Pangu strike, and universe's three extremes break, he attacked. In his hand, he held the sword of faith. Behind him, young Master Ming used the bronze gate and the power of underworld reincarnation to attack. Lei Gong, Little Luan, Longyang, and the 12-winged Yang God were also urging the power of the world will. The combination of all their powers was so powerful that it could kill any deity or middle-stage universe giant god. Monster. Dang. In the sky, great Buddha Baishan sat cross-legged and slapped down with his huge Buddha palm. Sand and pebbles flew. Under this huge palm, the space actually turned into glass-like fragments. The wind and waves were so terrifying that it directly crashed into the purple wind cave, causing a powerful shock wave to rush into the sky. On the entire 6th floor, countless gods looked in the direction of the purple wind cave. They all knew that a great battle had broken out there. Block it. The huge palm slapped down. Lin Ling and the others gritted their teeth as they felt a gust of wind that wanted to blow them into nothingness. At the front of the team was Lin Ling, young Master Ming, and Saint Guyi. The three of them had the strongest defense, but they were still unable to block it. Chapter 5203. Although Xiaoluan's creation did not have a strong defense, it had a miraculous effect. It created a large amount of universal laws, distorting the power of the Baishan Buddha and sending it to another place. Rumble. Xiaoluan's power was transmitted to the purple wind cave, and the terrifying divine power destroyed the earth, implicating countless gods. Oh my god! They stared at the sky and roared. No one had expected the battle to reach such an intense stage. Lin Ling and the others have attracted too many powerful beings. At the auction, Mr. Mu and the gods of the auction watched with solemn expressions. Clearly, they did not expect such a huge battle to occur. Can Lin Ling and the others stop it? Mr. Bai asked solemnly. Mr. Mu did not say anything, because in his heart, Lin Ling and the others would not be able to stop the Baishan Buddha. That Buddha was the most powerful being on the 6th level. Rumble. As expected, the golden palm in the sky was still smashing down. Lin Ling and the others rushed to the sky, but they were all suppressed. It was obvious that if Lin Ling and the others could not stop it, they would not be able to escape from the Buddha. How can it be so powerful? Lin Ling was anxious. He realized that the Baishan Buddha was even more powerful than before. His power of faith could not break the Baishan Buddha's palm. Moreover, he felt that the Buddha's palm was actually the divine power, but the divine power was so powerful that even the world's will could not stop it. Lin Ling, you guys go. I'll bring him to the underworld. At this time, young Master Ming suddenly said coldly. He seemed to have a backup plan. Young Master Ming, hurry up and bring him in. Saint Guyi held the Donghuang bell and said in surprise. No. However, Lin Ling immediately stopped him. He had a feeling that young Master Ming could not stop the Baishan Buddha. The only reason he could bring him into the underworld was because he was risking his life. Lin Ling. Young Master Ming frowned. All right. Enough. Let's fight together. Lin Ling said coldly. He did not expect young Master Ming to be so loyal. Young Master Ming still frowned, but he did not say anything. The other's impression of young Master Ming also changed. First, he killed Xianxia, and now he seemed to be trustworthy. However, the Baishan Buddha's giant palm, the pressure on everyone. Among them, the 12-winged Yang God was trembling. Apparently, he had reached his limit. Gradually, it was the Thunder God's turn. In the end, his offense was strong, but his defense was weak. In terms of defense, young Master's defense, he was not as strong as Longyang and the others. Lin Ling, my previous suggestion. Young Master Ming said again. Don't mention that matter again. Just hang in there. There will definitely be a way. Young Master Ming's heart. However, Lin Ling looked calm, but in fact, he was very anxious. He kept looking for a way. When he thought of the square prison, he shouted, Brother Guangchengzi, Brother Monkey, come and help. However, there was a short silence in the square prison. Then Guangchengzi's voice came, Lin Ling, there are too many people watching now. We don't want to be exposed. However, if you are in danger, we will definitely help. Although he had received a promise, Lin Ling was still uneasy. After all, he also heard that Xianxia and the others seemed to be afraid. He did not know what they were afraid of. Rumble! Lin Ling and the others continued to be suppressed, and they were getting closer and closer to the ground. Many people began to shake their heads, thinking that Lin Ling and the others could not resist. Whoosh! However, at this moment, an arrow was shot. It was extremely powerful, shooting out the sun, the moon, the stars, the universe's divine fire, and the divine thunder rolling around the arrow. Rumble! The arrow collided with the giant palm, forming a coherent reaction. The whole sky seemed to be shattered. It felt like a cage was broken. Amitba! In the sky, the white mountain Buddha narrowed his eyes. He was obviously angry. He almost suppressed Lin Ling and the others. Who was the one causing trouble at such a critical moment? Moreover, the attack power of that arrow was beyond imagination. Whoosh! At this moment, another arrow was shot. It was even more powerful than the previous one. With a boom, the white mountain Buddha's palm was pushed back. What a powerful arrow! It can kill a god-level giant universe god. People gasped. This was the first time they had seen such a terrifying and fatal arrow. And this was not the end. 4 more arrows appeared, circling each other and attacking the giant Buddha's palm. Rumble! The power of these 4 arrows was so terrifying that they sent the white mountain Buddha's palm flying. The whole purple wind cave was in an uproar. Attack! The pressure on Lin Ling and the others was greatly reduced. They looked at the sky and then took the opportunity to attack the Buddha's palm crazily. Along the way, Lei Gong roared, and a powerful destructive power burst out. Previously, he was suppressed and could not use his strength. Now it was his turn to attack. The power of his attack was only slightly weaker than Lin Ling's power of faith. With the joint attack of several people and the help of the mysterious arrows, they finally destroyed the giant Buddha's palm in the sky. Looking at the white mountain Buddha, his face was full of anger. Someone was helping them. Who was it? He was furious because he had almost caught Lin Ling when he was in the chaotic realm. In the end, 2 powerful cultivators had helped Lin Ling. Now it was another chance. Moreover, they had more helpers on their side. However, another helper had appeared on Lin Ling's side, and it was a very powerful helper. Damn it! Looking at the rotten god and the other enemies, their faces were gloomy. Although it was difficult for them to catch Lin Ling, they still wanted Lin Ling and the others to be caught. However, they were disappointed again. It's him. At this moment, Jianghu was still fighting against the myriad sea tribe, but her eyes flashed as she guessed something. It's him. Lin Ling pondered for a moment and also guessed who it was. However, he did not expect that this person's strength would suddenly become so strong. Lin Ling, hurry up and leave. I will stop them. At this time, 2 figures finally appeared in the sky. It was a man and a woman. The woman was extremely beautiful and unforgettable. The man was dressed in silver armor and looked majestic. He was full of masculinity. They were Bai Yuxing and his wife. Unexpectedly, they had also come to the 6th level. Moreover, Bai Yuxing's strength had greatly increased. Lin Ling, I'm sorry. Bai Yuxing also shouted at Lin Ling. That day, Lin Ling had saved him and his wife from the myriad sea tribe. Not only was he not grateful, he even cursed Lin Ling. Because of this, he had chased after Lin Ling and reached the 6th level. His goal was to repay his kindness. Thank you. Lin Ling smiled at Bai Yuxing. I should be the one saying thank you. Bai Yuxing shook his head. When he was at his weakest, it was Lin Ling and Jianghu who helped him. Now that he had recovered part of his strength, he naturally wanted to help Lin Ling. Moreover, he felt that he owed Lin Ling more than now. A few arrows would be enough to repay him. Hurry up and leave. He shouted again. I've discovered that many gods are hurrying over. Leave this place immediately. Chapter 5204. They are going to escape. Many people saw through Lin Ling's intentions and shouted. Rumble. White Mountain Buddha's body rumbled as his eyes widened in anger. This time, he could not let Lin Ling and the others escape. Light gathered around his body as he prepared a powerful killing move. But at this moment, a cold aura locked onto him, causing him to look up. In the distance, a man in armor was floating. It was by Yusheng. He was holding a huge divine bow that was more than 2 meters long. One end of the bow was fiery red, and the other end was azure with frost chi. It filled the air. One ice and one fire, like the origin of the universe. White Mountain Buddha sucked in a cold breath. Although the man's cultivation level was not high, the bow could not be underestimated. Hou Yi's divine bow, he said in a low voice. This caused an uproar in the nearby area. Hou Yi's divine bow was one of the strongest divine weapons in the chaotic universe. In terms of killing gods, this divine bow was second to none. The appearance of Hou Yi's divine bow meant that the man was the incomparably famous Hou Yi. However, it was said that the man was suppressed by a powerful god and reincarnated. Why would he appear here now? For a moment, White Mountain Buddha did not dare to move. He could only watch as Lin Ling left. Catch them and there will be rewards. At this moment, someone shouted, causing the gods who were watching a good show to become restless. Now that Lin Ling and the others are exhausted, this is the best time. You can easily obtain endless treasures. Long Shi, what are you standing there for? In the 6th level, the strong are respected. If you want to control your own fate, you can only rely on treasures. The voices grew louder and louder, causing endless echoes. Finally, someone's eyes turned red as he quietly mobilized his divine energy. Let's go, let's go. Lin Ling took the lead and led everyone to escape. However, as everyone had guessed, they had been through several battles and were already exhausted. Especially the final clash with White Mountain Buddha, they had almost no divine energy left. These people are crazy. Saint Guy took some time to look at the gods and cursed. That's normal. This is the 6th level. In order to become stronger, you can do anything. Lei Gong replied. The few of them rushed out of the encirclement and approached the 18 Dragon Mountains. From afar, they could vaguely see the magnificent 18 Dragon Mountains. The mysteries of the 18 Dragon Mountains were boundless. It was like a huge universe. After entering it, there was no doubt that it could block the detection of the gods. Haha, caught you. But at this time, a group of people appeared in front of Lin Ling and the others. These people were the powerhouses of the 9 Conch clan. Although they hadn't mobilized their main camp yet, there were still quite a number of them. If they were stopped by a single unit, coupled with the black mass of gods behind them, Lin Ling and the others would be in a very troublesome situation. Damn it! Young Master Ming couldn't help but curse. Hee hee. Are you very angry? That's right, we want to anger you to death. The 9 Conch clan's powerhouses all had sinister smiles on their faces. They were incomparably pleased with themselves. Lord Lin Ling, the Silver Moon clan has caught up. At the same time, Shangyi looked behind him and saw that Yin Chuangyu had mostly recovered. He was rushing over with the Silver Moon clan's gods. Moreover, there was a dazzling moonlight on Yin Chuangyu's chest that turned into a silver-haired figure. It was God Ancestor Silver Moon. Obviously, God Ancestor Silver Moon also knew about Lin Ling's appearance. He was so angry that his teeth itched. So that was Lin Ling not too long ago. If he had known, he wouldn't have let him go. Get lost. Lin Ling looked behind him and knew that he had to enter the 18 Dragon Mountains immediately. Hee hee, we won't leave. The 9 Conch clan's people were very despicable. They didn't attack and just stood there blocking the way. 9 Conch clan. Lin Ling and the others all remembered this name. Their faces were ashen. Lin Ling, we're here to help you. At this time, a voice suddenly came from Lin Ling's voice transmission talisman. Lin Ling was stunned. He quickly checked the voice transmission talisman and found that the Yellow Emperor and the others had come. Lin Ling was overjoyed by this great news. The Yellow Emperor and the others were not weak. Previously, they were fighting for Providence on the 5th level. Now they had finally arrived. Moreover, there was an expert among them. It was the Sage of Many Treasures. However, the Yellow Emperor and the others were still quite far away. It would take some time for them to arrive. Lin Ling, you guys enter the 18 Dragon Mountains. I'll stop the 9 Conch clan for you. At this time, another evil voice sounded. Then, a figure slowly walked out of a huge tree. It was impossible to tell whether this person was male or female, nor whether he was old or young. He was wearing a loose robe and had extremely demonic facial features. The great god of Spirit Nation. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. He didn't expect the great god of Spirit Nation to also be on the 6th level. He also didn't expect him to appear and help. I just happened to be nearby. When I heard about you, I rushed over. The great god of Spirit Nation walked over step by step. His voice was still cold. Go. If those gods catch up, you won't be able to leave. Thank you, great god of Spirit Nation. Lin Ling didn't care too much. He led young Master Ming and the others to the 18 Dragon Mountains. Who the F***ck are you? How dare you ruin my 9 Conch clan's plans? Seeing Lin Ling and the others rushing over, the gods of the 9 Conch clan cursed and stared at the great god of Spirit Nation. Hee, I'm your father. The great god of Spirit Nation opened his hands. A terrifying thing happened. The world spun and the area within 1,000 miles seemed to have turned into a universe. In the heart of the universe was a majestic divine nation. Ah, what kind of technique is this? I'm from Spirit Nation. The gods of the 9 Conch clan followed the whirlpool and quickly entered Spirit Nation. In the process, they were also assimilated and gradually turned into people of Spirit Nation. Bang, bang, bang. When they came out of the whirlpool, they all stood beside the great god of Spirit Nation as if they were his loyal subordinates. This terrifying technique shocked everyone. One had to know that the gods of the 9 Conch clan were all early-stage universe giant gods. There was even a mid-stage expert. But now they were all on his side. Who is he? The gods who were rushing over from afar all exclaimed in surprise. What a powerful technique. No wonder the great god of Spirit Nation is ranked 3rd among the world will hosts. Lin Ling and the others rushed into the 18 Dragon Mountains. Lin Ling was also shocked. The intense battle today made him realize that he wasn't strong enough. If it weren't for the continuous appearance of helpers, he would definitely have died here today. Lin Ling, that is. Young Master Ming was also shocked by the strength of the great god of Spirit Nation. The world will host, the great god of Spirit Nation. He's an old rival of mine. We came out from the void of the 9 continents together. Lin Ling replied. Speaking of the great god of Spirit Nation, he sighed. They were once mortal enemies. But after coming to the Tao realm, they were like friends and foes. They had gone through ups and downs together. Now, their relationship was very delicate. Chapter 5205. He made it sound simple, but he was actually very shocked. After all, in this situation, who would dare to help unless they had been through life and death together? If he helped, he might not even be able to free himself. However, when he thought of his interactions with Lin Ling, he felt relieved. Although Lin Ling was a cold person, he was loyal to his friends. Fighting side by side with him made him feel like he was risking his life for him. Ming the young master looked at Lei Gong and the others, and was even more certain of his thoughts. Perhaps Lin Ling was sincere to his own people. Scram! At this moment, the experts of the Silver Moon clan arrived, led by Yin Chuangyu, and shouted angrily at the great god of the Spirit Kingdom. Great god of the Spirit Kingdom. Yin Chuangyu had the head of god ancestor Silver Moon on his chest, and he looked coldly at the great god of the Spirit Kingdom. The great god of the Spirit Kingdom had a strange smile on his face. He tilted his head and looked at god ancestor Silver Moon, as if 2 heroes of the era were fighting. Then he said flatly, "Who do you think you are?" He was the only one who dared to talk to god ancestor Silver Moon like this. 10 in the 8 Dragon Mountain, Lin Ling and the others gasped when they saw this scene. This great god of the Spirit Kingdom used to be my #1 enemy. Now he is one of us, and so domineering. Lei said. Gong laughed. I don't know what he went through, but his strength has increased by leaps and bounds. Back in the void of the 9 states, he was stronger than me. Later on, in the Tao realm, I surpassed him and saved him several times. But now, he has surpassed me again. Lin Ling laughed. It was like a race between him and the great god of the Spirit Kingdom. Sometimes Lin Ling was first and sometimes the great god of the Spirit Kingdom was first. It was as if they were encouraging each other. Lin Ling, I believe you will surpass him again sooner or later. Long Yang said immediately. You too. Lin Ling nodded. He looked around and saw a large number of powerful auras approaching. There were hundreds of thousands of them, led by the Yellow Emperor, followed by the Ancient Emperor and Zhenren of many treasures. Lin Ling's main forces had finally arrived. He's coming. Duke and the others all laughed excitedly. With the 2 armies of experts joining forces, Their strength had undoubtedly increased greatly. While at this moment, outside of the 18 Dragon Mountains, the great god of the spirit kingdom alone was enough to stop countless gods. Do you want to die? The moon god ancestor sensed that the great deities of the spirit kingdom were very powerful. If they really wanted to kill them, they would not be able to gain any advantage. All right, I'll give it to you. Suddenly, the great god of spirit nation laughed and left with the assimilated gods. How some people were taken aback. Had he given in? Damn it! The moon god ancestor was not happy at all. Although the great god of the spirit kingdom had given in, he had delayed them for some time. Now that Lin Ling and the others had entered the 18 Dragon Mountains, it was very chaotic inside. It was very difficult to follow them. Their powerful laws will all be disturbed in the 18 Dragon Mountains. In fact, the Purple Wind Cave was also part of the 18 Dragon Mountains. It was just that it was relatively far away, so it was not affected that much. Quick, catch up to Lin Ling and the others. Moon God Ancestor angrily shouted and summoned all the deities to attack the 18 Dragon Mountains. Here at this moment, Lin Ling and the others were running wildly in the 18 Dragon Mountains. At the same time, they sensed that countless gods were coming from behind them. Everyone, split up and attack them one by one. Kill without mercy. Lin Ling ordered. The Yellow Emperor and the others had just joined, so it was difficult to tell whether they were friends or foes. If they were caught off guard, they could kill them all. It's our turn to fight back. Lei Gong, Long Yang and the others clenched their fists tightly, looking forward to it. Next, Lin Ling and the others moved forward again, while the Yellow Emperor and the others split up. Not long after, a terrible battle broke out. For the gods who were chasing after Lin Ling, they only had one opponent, which was Lin Ling and the others. The others were their allies. But it was too sudden. When their allies attacked them, they naturally could not react in time. Ancestor, something's wrong. At this moment, Xianxia was the fastest. He was getting closer and closer to Lin Ling and the others, but he also found that something was wrong. Lin Ling, I don't know where he got help from. God Ancestor Silver Moon said coldly after sensing. Then what should we do? Xianxia frowned. Go after Lin Ling and the others. Don't worry about the others. Be careful of the trap. God Ancestor Silver Moon said decisively. Moreover, now is the time to capture Lin Ling and the others alive. Otherwise they will fall into the hands of others. After hearing the order, Xianxia and the others immediately chased after Lin Ling. While outside the Purple Wind Cave, the fierce battle gradually came to an end. Jianghu began to retreat. After all, her mission was completed. Same as Bai Yuxing and the others did the same. They all rushed into the 18 Dragon Mountains. Senior sister. Bai Yuxing and Jianghu met up. Bai Yuxing and his wife bowed to Jianghu. Jianghu nodded and looked in the direction of the 18 Dragon Mountains. She said seriously, although the crisis has been resolved, the 18 Dragon Mountains are still in chaos. Let's go and help. They also rushed into the 18 Dragon Mountains to fish in troubled waters. The 18 Dragon Mountains were indeed in a chaotic battle. Many people did not see Lin Ling and the others. Instead they were killed. For a moment, they could not tell who was the enemy and who was the ally. In the end, they could only kill indiscriminately. Following that, after Jianghu and the others joined in, the battle became even more chaotic. But now, the Silver Moon clan was the closest to Lin Ling and the others. Perhaps the Silver Moon clan was like a flag. Everyone knew that God Ancestor Silver Moon was there, so they did not leave. They still had hope. Lin Ling, you can't escape. Although Lin Ling and the others were the furthest, the Silver Moon clan still locked on to Lin Ling and the others. Although the 18 Dragon Mountains could block all detection, once they were close enough, they could still track them. I can't get rid of them. They are like cockroaches. Gu Yi scolded angrily. Lin Ling did not say a word. He found that they had rushed very deep. Finally he said, okay, let's get rid of them and end this battle. This battle was caused by the Silver Moon clan and the Myriad Sea clan. If the Silver Moon clan was destroyed, the battle might end. End? How many people do we have? Ming asked. The young master narrowed his eyes. They were still tired, but the Silver Moon clan had countless experts. It would be difficult to fight against them. I will get rid of Xianxia. You guys block the rest. I will help you after I finish them. Lin Ling said. Everyone's eyes widened. Lin Ling still had the strength to fight against Yin Chuangyu? Yin Chuangyu was seriously injured, but he had recovered a lot. Previously, the three of them had joined forces to injure Yin Chuangyu. If they fought against him alone, Lin Ling would not be able to defeat him. Moreover, Yin Chuangyu had God Ancestor Silver Moon with him. Don't worry, I can get rid of him. Lin Ling knew that they did not believe him, but he could not explain too much. In his mind, he had already communicated with the square prison. Okay, you get rid of him, and we will block the other experts for you. Lei Gong was familiar with Lin Ling's character. He nodded and said, Remember, don't die. That trash can't kill me. Chapter 5206. Yin Chuangyu, let's fight. His voice was like thunder, full of fighting spirit. The ancient 18 Dragon Mountains had a short moment of silence. Regardless of whether the gods were fighting or rushing, they all looked up at the sky. Following that, then they all sneered. That Lin Ling seemed to want to challenge Yin Chuangyu. Could it be that he had forgotten how he had been beaten like a dog before? Fight me! In the Moon Tribe, Yin Chuangyu's eyes flashed. Then he laughed disdainfully. Although of course, even though he had yet to recover his strength, he could still easily capture a mere Lin Ling. You guys capture him, I'll capture Lin Ling. Chuangyu shouted, abandoned young Master Ming and the rest, and shot toward Lin Ling. Rumble! Wherever he passed, all the trees collapsed. His aura was extremely powerful. As one of the top 100 of the 6th level, even if he was seriously injured, he could not be underestimated. Lin Ling and the rest can't escape? Many people looked in that direction, their eyes flickering. Young Master Ming and the rest were blocking the experts of the Silver Moon Tribe. They were still worried about Lin Ling's choice. While Lin Ling was flying on the ground, using all his strength to break all the trees and hills in his way. At the same time, he felt the powerful aura chasing after him. Brother Guang Chengzi. Ling shouted. I know. It's easy to kill him in this place. Lin Ling, get ready to let me out of the prison. Guang Chengzi shouted. Lin Ling nodded at Chengzi's voice. After flying for a while, he finally stopped. This place was almost there. He turned around and saw a dragon mountain behind him. It was majestic, towering into the clouds, as if an ancestral dragon was looking at the vast land. Lin Ling. After that, the terrifying air waves stopped, and a cold voice came. Yin Chuangyu had arrived and was standing a few hundred meters away from Lin Ling. His body was shining with silver light, making him look like a man made of light. While a ray of light floated out of his chest and turned into a ferocious human head. It was God Ancestor Silver Moon. You are Lin Ling. God Ancestor Silver Moon was like a parasite on Yin Chuangyu's body. He spoke human language and looked Lin Ling up and down. You killed my whole tribe. Lin Ling, oh Lin Ling, I didn't expect you to come to the second half of the Tao Pagoda. Don't you know that the Silver Moon Tribe, we have to kill you. Moreover, not only will you die, but all your friends and family will die as well. Thinking of what had happened in the Ocean Saint City, God Ancestor Silver Moon seemed to be making a vow. Very vicious. However, can you really kill me? Lin Ling smiled without a trace of panic on his face. What do you mean? Moon God Ancestor frowned and was a little curious. Are you stupid? I attracted you here. Didn't you know that I have a backup plan? Lin Ling shrugged. Before, we tried our best to rush into the 18 Dragon Mountains. Why did I give up running away and invite you here? Hearing this, God Ancestor Silver Moon felt that something was wrong. After all, what Lin Ling said made sense. Ancestor, don't listen to his nonsense. He is deliberately mystifying us. Chuangyu suddenly said, Lin Ling, don't try to fool us with your lies. We won't fall for it. Haha, even your ancestor feels that something is wrong, but you think I am lying to you? Do you think you are smarter than your ancestor? Lin Ling teased. Yin Chuangyu was speechless and scolded angrily. Lin Ling, don't drive a wedge between us. In front of God Ancestor Silver Moon, he did not dare to be arrogant. He also knew that the ancestor was petty and extreme. If he took Lin Ling's words to heart, he might blame him. You're the one who said it, not me. Why are you in such a hurry? Lin Ling shook his head disdainfully. Chuangyu, don't talk. God Ancestor Silver Moon interrupted and looked at Lin Ling calmly. Your behavior is really strange. Are you starting to be cautious? God Ancestor Silver Moon. I thought you were a big shot. But because of my words, you became cautious. You really let me down. Lin Ling curled his lips. But you are right to be cautious. Because I attracted you here on purpose. Now, if you leave now, you still have a chance to live. If you don't believe me, you can try. Let's try. Chuangyu gritted his teeth and shouted angrily. Chuangyu! God Ancestor Silver Moon shouted and looked deeply at Lin Ling. He was indeed afraid. Lin Ling's confidence was too abnormal, so he had to be cautious. Of course, if his real body was here, he would have killed Lin Ling. But now, he was just a ray of light. Ancestor, he is stalling for time. Yin Chuangyu saw that time was passing slowly, and he could not bear it anymore. God Ancestor Silver Moon was still staring at Lin Ling. Finally, he shouted coldly, Lin Ling, I don't know why you are so confident. But now, you have used all your trump cards. I don't believe you have any more. Chuangyu, attack. Hearing this, Yin Chuangyu activated all his divine power. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Lin Ling, I'm going to kill you now. Try to stop me if you can. I don't believe you have any more trump cards. Yin Chuangyu's body kept expanding. The silver moonlight was threatening him. He was confident that with his current strength, he was invincible among the early-stage gods of the universe. The premise was that he was seriously injured. And Lin Ling, no matter how powerful he was only a saint. He could kill him easily. On Yin Chuangyu's body, God Ancestor Silver Moon also became huge. His eyes were wide open, like an angry god. He was indeed afraid before, but now that he had decided to attack, he would not hesitate. Chuangyu, I'll lend you the moonlight treasure box. The light on Yin Chuangyu's body condensed and turned into an ancient treasure box. The moment the box appeared, an incomparably ferocious aura shot up to the sky. Far away. At this moment, all the gods had sensed the moonlight that had soared into the sky. The oppressive might assaulted them, making them feel as if they were being sealed in the universe. Is God Ancestor Silver Moon here? The old man muttered to himself, his face full of shock. At this moment, all the battles stopped, and everyone looked into the distance. Shangyi, Lei Gong, and the others all clenched their fists and were extremely nervous. Lin Ling, your show is over. A loud roar, like the sound of heaven's might, suppressed the 18 dragon mountains. At the same time, Lin Ling felt a terrible pressure coming at him. This force was very strong, and it was not something he could resist. But indeed, the show was over. God Ancestor Silver Moon, you've miscalculated this time. Lin Ling shouted and released Guang Chengzi. Almost at the same time, a dazzling light smashed down from the sky, like a comet or the Milky Way. Cyclic Sky Seal. Rumble. Cyclic Sky Seal, used to smash the heads of gods. The moment it smashed down, the sun and the moon collapsed, and the universe was reorganized. Chapter 5207. It's you. God Ancestor Silver Moon's face was ferocious. He knew that Lin Ling did not lie to him. Lin Ling did have a backup plan. Crack. With a crisp sound, Yin Chuangyu's head was smashed by the flipping sky seal. His bones were broken, his brain was messed up, and a powerful force was destroying his body. He stopped moving and froze on the spot. The powerful force that he had released earlier was now receding like a tide. He stared at Lin Ling. Lin Ling looked at him coldly and said, "Don't think that I can't kill you." Previously, when Lin Ling and the other two joined forces, they only seriously injured Yin Chuangyu. At that time, Yin Chuangyu thought that Lin Ling did not have the means to kill him. But now, he found that Lin Ling had a powerful trump card. He was wrong. "Ancestor, help me!" Yin Chuangyu said weakly. Unfortunately, the light that God Ancestor Silver Moon had turned into was also very dim. He ignored Yin Chuangyu, because he could not. Yin Chuangyu was formed by a ray of moonlight. He had cultivated for thousands of years before becoming a man. Now he had died. Besides, the deaths of Yin Chuangshi's two sons had something to do with Lin Ling. And the extermination of the Ocean Saint City. Lin Ling. God Ancestor Silver Moon's face was full of resentment. He said in a low voice, "It turns out that you have the square prison." Back in the day, there were countless sovereigns. However, after the god sealing and the great tribulation of the will of the world, many of the gods perished, while others were imprisoned. Because they didn't have any good karma, the 4 prisons were torn apart. As it turns out, one of the prisons is with you. Lin Ling, you are really a treasure. No wonder Dipankara Buddha values you so much. God Ancestor Silver Moon kept talking, but the light became dimmer. Bang! At the same time, Xianxia fell down dead. But his eyes were open. He died with remaining grievances. God Ancestor Silver Moon turned into a ray of light and disappeared with anger and unwillingness. The entire horn of Dragon Mountain gradually regained its peace. In the distance, the great battle had stopped. Everyone was looking in that direction, their expressions filled with curiosity. Was Lin Ling caught? Or was he dead? No one thought that Lin Ling was Xianxia's match, let alone God Ancestor Silver Moon. Lin Ling has definitely been captured. There are still these world will hosts left. As long as anyone can capture them, there will be great rewards. It was unknown who shouted, but it seemed that the battle was about to ignite again. Not good, Lin Ling has been caught. At this time, in the distant forest, the myriad oceanic tribe had arrived. When they saw this scene, they were all anxious. Although Lin Ling was the host body of the world's will, he was also highly sought after. Any god race would want to obtain him. However, at this moment, the sound of footsteps could be heard. All the battles that were about to erupt suddenly stopped. Everyone looked in the direction of Dragon Mountain, knowing that Xianxia had come out. No one would have thought that the intense battle from the Purple Wind Cave all the way to the 18 Dragon Mountains would finally end. And Lin Ling, who was the focus of the battle, had been completely captured by the Silver Moon tribe. The footsteps were getting closer and closer. Then a figure appeared, causing everyone to stare at it. It was not Xianxia, but Lin Ling. What's going on? Suddenly, there was an explosion of exclamations. All the gods in the myriad oceanic tribe were in disbelief. Xianxia is dead. At this time, Lin Ling raised the corpse in his hand high, causing the lifeless Xianxia to suddenly become as dazzling as the sun. Xianxia had been defeated? At this moment, everyone felt a sense of trepidation. Xianxia was one of the top 100 experts on the 6th level, and he had a divine body. How could he be killed by Lin Ling? What was Lin Ling's true strength? For a moment, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. They stared at Lin Ling and suddenly panicked. After entering the 18 Dragon Mountains, they had suffered countless casualties, and even the leader of the Silver Moon tribe had died. They wanted to retreat. After all, apart from him, Lin Ling had many powerful helpers on his side, such as the woman holding the green bamboo, young Master Ming, and Ho-E with the Ho-E divine bow. Let's retreat. Sigh, after fighting for so long, we have not gained any advantage at all. Yes, so many people have died. The gods began to leave one after another. Their backbone, Xianxia, had died, and they had lost the will to fight. You are not allowed to leave. We, the myriad oceanic tribe, are still here. Lin Ling and the others have already reached the point of exhaustion. We just need to hold on a little longer. Elder Wan of the myriad oceanic tribe shouted. He was unwilling to give up. So many of his people had died, but they had not captured a single person. How could he report this? Unfortunately, no one cared about him. Everyone was still leaving. Elder. A god of the myriad oceanic tribe looked at Elder Wan cautiously. In fact, he also wanted to retreat. In today's battle, Lin Ling and the others had been on the verge of being wiped out many times. However, each time powerful gods had helped, tearing apart their confidence again and again, making them not dare to fight anymore. Let's retreat. Elder Wan sighed and left with the myriad oceanic tribe. They were all dejected. After all, not long ago at the auction, they had thought that Lin Ling and the others would be easy to capture. Now, they realized that they had not prepared enough. They had underestimated Lin Ling and the others. The originally lively 18 Dragon Mountains gradually regained its tranquility. Only Lin Ling and the other gods were left. Lin Ling. In the distance, Jianghu, Ho-E, and his wife flew over happily. Where's the White Mountain Great Buddha? Lin Ling asked. He's gone. Bai Yuxing smiled and said, his golden Buddha body was broken by me, and he was afraid of my divine bow, so he could only retreat. In that case, our enemies have all retreated. Hearing this, Lin Ling finally let out a sigh of relief. A large number of gods had been mobilized in this battle, but many powerful gods had also been mobilized. After many twists and turns, they had finally escaped. Let's go, let's leave this place. Although the powerful enemies had retreated, Lin Ling knew that it was because their backbone had died. If a few more powerful gods came, it would be difficult for them to resist. Everyone broke up and scattered one after another. Every one of them was very excited. After all, the 6th floor was the headquarters of the gods. If they could survive this battle, it meant that they could survive until they gained a firm foothold on the 6th floor. Moreover, today's battle would soon spread throughout the 6th floor. At that time, no matter what era the gods were from, they would all know about Lin Ling and the others. Is this a dream? We actually survived. Xiaoluan sighed as they moved forward. Yes, we survived. Long Yang nodded affirmatively. Her eyes looked into the distance, knowing that they had survived this battle. They were one step closer to the end of the Dao Pagoda. After all, they had survived this time. Next time they would have to gain a firm foothold, and the next time they would have to face the gods head-on. In the end, they would have to surpass the gods. At that time, they would reach the top of the Dao Pagoda and unify the entire universe. This battle told us that the 6th floor is really full of experts, crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Now, there are still many gods who have not appeared, and the 3 divine gates of White Mountain. We still have to improve our strength as soon as possible. Chapter 5208. The 18 Dragon Mountains were grand and boundless. Looking in all directions, one could see 18 dragons sitting on the ground, their heads and tails connected, as though they were guarding something. Lin Ling and the others were scattered around one of the Dragon Mountains. Even a single Dragon Mountain was vast and boundless. In such a mysterious place, it was undoubtedly much harder to find Lin Ling and the others. Everyone, go search for the Dragon Mountains. Any dragon stones you find will belong to you. If you meet an enemy you can't handle, summon the entire team for help. Lin Ling said to the group. They left in high spirits. If they were alone, they would not dare to brag about any treasures they found. They might even give them up. After all, a man's wealth was his own ruin. But it was different with a large team. There were more than 100,000 experts and Lin Ling and the others. Unless they met an elite expert of the god race, there was nothing to fear. It could be said that Lin Ling and the others were half a god race now, the same as the other powerful factions on the 6th level. Bai Yuxing, you guys go search for dragon stones as well. Lin Ling said to those around him, but left behind a voice transmission talisman for them. If there was any trouble, they were to inform him immediately. All right. Bai Yuxing, Lei Gong, and the others were very happy. They left in groups of 3 to 5. The Yellow Emperor and the other ancient emperors were together. The Taoist of many treasures world will bodies were together. Jianghu was with young Master Ming. Lin Ling had wanted to join one of their teams, but Guang Qingzi wanted him to go alone. Therefore, Lin Ling did not join for now. Guang Qingzi's intention was to let Lin Ling cultivate alone. Lin Ling's cultivation level was not the same as before. He had the strength to be trained by Guang Qingzi and the others. Lin Ling was a little surprised at this. Of course, he was looking forward to it. After all, Guang Qingzi had never told him about this. While Lin Ling and the others were secretly cultivating, there was a huge commotion on the 6th level. In the Battle of the Purple Wind Cave, Lin Ling and the others revealed their outstanding talents, shocking the 6th level. Several world will hosts, under the leadership of Lin Ling? That's right. It said that they managed to evade the pursuit of several major celestial clans. Among them, the great Buddha of White Mountain was dispatched. In the end, they returned empty-handed. Interesting. In the distant land of the 6th level, the ground here was filled with ancient divine beasts. They were as large as the universe. Among them, a giant was sitting on the ground, eating divine beast meat with a cold expression. The giant's long hair draped over his shoulders, making him look extremely domineering. There were also giants all around him. Some of them were dragging huge divine beasts back, while others were starting a fire. They were the most mysterious of the 12 god clans, the Giant God Clan. The giant god race was said to be the remnant bloodline of the Panga race. There were also rumors that the giant god race was a branch of the Panga race. It was even said that the giant god race was actually the Panga race's servants. Of course, no matter what kind of legend it was, the giant god race could not be underestimated. On the other side, in a certain space of the 6th level, endless primordial energy was roiling. A giant toad was in the midst of the primordial energy, its eardrum expanding and contracting at times. And the strangest thing was that there was a person on the toad's upper body. This person seemed to be connected to the toad. His lower body was that of the toad and his upper body was that of a human. His arms were crossed over his chest and his eyes were slightly closed, as if he were sensing something. What changes have there been in the 6th level these past few years? He smiled as he spoke to the void. There haven't been any major changes. The various god clans are still searching for the entrance to the 7th level. However, a foreign race has risen up. It's formed from a host body of the world's will. A palm-sized fly appeared beside the toad and spoke human words. A host body of the world's will? That's right. It's led by Lin Ling. There are many of them, but their strength is average. Interesting. Cough, cough, cough. The man was a little excited at first, but after taking deep breaths, the primordial energy surged in, causing him to cough incessantly. The primordial energy was no small matter. Only he dared to absorb it without restraint. The same thing happened in every corner. The various god clans were all affected. The strongest leader of the myriad sea clan who remained on the 6th level was a crab king. His huge real body lay on the ground and spat out bubbles. Each bubble caused the earth to shake. Lin Ling, he said in a low voice. No matter what, we must find them. I'm looking for merit points now. As long as I find them, I can enter the 7th level. Before that, we must use the power of the entire clan to kill Lin Ling. King, I think the other god clans won't agree. They want to capture him alive. Who cares? Kill whoever dares to resist. At the same time, 3 figures stood in the Silver Moon clan. Their bodies were shining with silver light. They were the 9 sons of God Ancestor Silver Moon. Now, 2 of the 9 sons of God Ancestor Silver Moon were dead. This undoubtedly made them want to kill Lin Ling even more. However, Lin Ling and the others were in the 18 Dragon Mountains. The 18 Dragon Mountains were shrouded in fog all year round. It was difficult for any powerful divine skill to spy on the 18 Dragon Mountains. Therefore they could only search slowly. Of course, these god clans had grudges against Lin Ling and the others. However, some god clans had different opinions about Lin Ling and the others. The Son of Light ordered that if Lin Ling and the others ask for anything, we must do our best to protect them. We must also find merit points to help them enter the 7th level. The Solar God clan was undoubtedly Lin Ling's ally. On the other side, the Ya clan also had the same idea. However, Lin Ling and the others, who were quietly growing up, did not know about all this. Especially Lin Ling, who had entered the square prison. This was one of the 3 highest-level prisons, with green mountains and clear waters. The 3 prisons were Guangqingzi, Monkey King, and the green-robed Taoist. Monkey King's was a world of fire. Guangqingzi's was a world of green mountains and clear waters. The green-robed Taoist was the most mysterious. Lin Ling had not seen him yet. Lin Ling, you are now a middle-stage Saint Universe Giant God. You are very powerful and can kill many early-stage Universe Giant Gods, but you are not 100% sure. You are much weaker when facing middle-stage Universe Giant Gods. It is time to improve your foundation again. Guangqingzi looked at Lin Ling indifferently. Come on, brother Guangqingzi. Lin Ling did not know what Guangqingzi wanted to train him, but he was looking forward to it. What do you want to improve? Guangqingzi suddenly smiled. In this green mountain, you can improve your divine embryo, divine energy, physical strength, soul strength, and even universe strength. Of course, with your current strength, there is a limit to how much you can improve in some areas. After all, you are already very powerful when fighting those at a higher level. Brother, do you have any suggestions? Lin Ling asked immediately. Divine embryo. Guangqingzi pondered. Your divine energy, physical strength, and soul strength are all superior to ordinary people. However, your foundation is still weak. Although you have Panga's body and your foundation is very strong, you have a lot of energy and divine embryos in your body. It will not be good to waste them. Guang Qingzi had been with Lin Ling for a long time, so he knew that Lin Ling had several dantians. Chapter 5209. Okay, I'll upgrade the divine embryo. Lin Ling nodded. Ever since he entered the Dao Pagoda, his divine embryo had reached its limit and was difficult to upgrade. This caused his cultivation speed to slow down and the difficulty of breaking through increased. I have 99 million heaven primordial divine mountains here. They can stimulate a person's potential to the limit. Go and carry them. At first, don't carry too many. After you become familiar with them, slowly carry more divine mountains. Remember, don't bite off more than you can chew. Guang Qingzi exhorted. Then, he waved his hand and the entire world shook. After a rumbling sound, many divine mountains floated up and floated in the sky. Universe! Ling instantly realized that those divine mountains had formed a powerful universe. Perhaps, this was Guang Qingzi's universe. How many realms? Ling asked curiously. 2 realms. Guang Qingzi proudly looked at Lin Ling and smiled mysteriously. Lin Ling sucked in a breath of cold air. He was only 5 realms. Moreover, it took him a long time to grow up. So Guang Qingzi is using his universe to help me upgrade my divine embryo. Then, Lin Ling suddenly understood. Strong. Large universes had the ability to defy the heavens and change fate. It was not difficult to change his divine embryo. However, after changing the divine embryo in Guang Qingzi's universe, everything would return to normal after leaving the Dao Pagoda. This was the same as Lin Ling's universe. Solin Ling had to go through hardships in Guang Qingzi's universe in order to bring out the results of his cultivation. Thank you, I'm going. Ling cupped his hands towards Guang Qingzi and floated into the sky. It's best to stimulate all the divine embryos to the limit and become a divine body. Although this divine body is only a half-divine body and not a true ancient divine body, it can still make your foundation more solid. Guang Qingzi looked at the sky and waved his hand. Countless divine mountains floated down from the sky. Bang! Bang! Heaven primordial divine mountains sat on the ground and everything returned to normal. At this moment, Lin Ling did not notice the changes in the outside world. He had already entered Guang Qingzi's universe. Rumble! 1. Powerful laws suddenly arrived and shrouded Lin Ling's body. What laws are these? Lin Ling felt as if his godly energy, fleshly body energy, and soul energy were all frozen. The speed of movement was incomparably slow. This meant that the current Lin Ling, apart from his strong physical body, could not mobilize much of his other strength. And as the number of laws continued to increase, Lin Ling felt as if he had fallen into a swamp, unable to move an inch. And this was before he started cultivating on the Celestial Mountain. If he were to enter the Celestial Mountain, the heaviness would probably double. There's a newcomer. In the distance, there were a large number of divine mountains floating in the air. Around the divine mountains, there were a large number of silhouettes. They seemed to be the cultivators of the divine mountains. Lin Ling pondered for a moment and understood that these people should be from Guangqing's universe. Looks like Master has recruited another disciple. Moreover, they thought that Lin Ling was Master Guangqing's disciple. When did you become Master's disciple? Have you seen Shizhuan? Then, those people flew over one after another. Upon closer inspection, there were quite a few of them, several hundred of them. It hasn't been long. Ling did not want to cause any commotion, so he casually dealt with them. Haha, it's junior brother. Everyone was happy. It seemed that the days of cultivation were boring, but now it was lively. Lin Ling roughly checked them and found that most of them were saints. Of course, there were also some deity universe giant gods, but there were not many of them, only a dozen or so. They were probably existences on the same level as eldest senior brother. Master Guangqing had been through several eras, and when he met a good seedling, he would take them in. After a long time, he naturally had many disciples. Dang! Of course, the disciples that he was proud of were definitely Yellow Emperor and the others. We've all been under Master's tutelage for tens of thousands of years, or at least a few thousand years. But we haven't seen Master for a long time. Me too, I really want to see Master. All the senior and junior brothers said one after another. Aren't you guys bored after being here for so long? Lin Ling asked. Ha ha ha, you're indeed junior brother. You don't know how big this place is, so how can you be bored? Furthermore, we've already reached Chenyuan Godly Mountain, but Master still has many disciples who are still training. Yes, it's said that only by carrying 9,999 godly mountains can one leave this world and go to a new world. Many voices were heard, filled with anticipation and excitement. Lin Ling was stunned for a moment before he understood. This was the universe, which was vast and boundless. There were all kinds of natural dangers and secret realms, and there were also countless mortals. Naturally, people here would not be bored. And to be able to appear here, they were probably the top experts in the entire universe. They had already reached the peak of the universe, and as long as they completed the mission, they could leave and go to a new world. Lin Ling could see that they were very curious about the new world, looking forward to it, and were very excited. It was as though they were lonely at the top and wanted to challenge a new mountain. But, unfortunately, they did not know that Lin Ling had come from another world, and that world was even bigger and more magnificent. Junior brother, you're a middle-stage Saint Giant Universe God, and you probably have 10,000 units of deity force. Don't choose a big mountain at the beginning. Choose a small mountain to cultivate. This old man, who seemed to be around 60 years old, said to Lin Ling. He was also a disciple of Guang Chengzi. Okay. Lin Ling nodded and looked around. Then, he found a very small mountain and flew over. However, Lin Ling had at least 100 laws suppressed on his body, so his speed was very slow, as though it was very strenuous for him. This junior brother is probably not very strong. He has about 10,000 units of deity force. Otherwise, his flying speed would not be so slow. He's a junior brother, so it's normal for him to have little deity force. Moreover, the strongest Saint Giant Universe God among us only has 80,000 units of deity force. After Lin Ling left, the crowd discussed spiritedly. Of course, although they were evaluating Lin Ling, they also took good care of Lin Ling. It could be seen that, as disciples of Guang Chengzi, they were very united. Unfortunately, they did not know that Lin Ling's deity force had already reached 80,000 units. If he fused his innate talents, he could reach 160,000 units, surpassing everyone else. And, if he added his fleshly body strength, the total would be 360,000 units. In terms of strength, he would surpass a god with 360,000 units of deity force. After all, Lin Ling had 100,000 units of deity force. His recovery and defense were even stronger. This was also the advantage of Lin Ling's 8 dantians. In the entire Dao Pagoda, he was the only one who had such a huge improvement. So heavy. Ling was getting closer and closer to the small mountain. He could sense that the small mountain had gathered a large amount of laws. As he got closer, the various powers in his body circulated even more slowly. Stepping on the mountain is like conquering. Ling finally arrived at the foot of the small mountain. He looked up, his eyes burning. This small mountain was not high. It floated in the sky, but Lin Ling knew that it was not easy to reach the end. It required perseverance, patience, and willpower. Begin. Chapter 52:10. Bang. When Lin Ling stepped onto the mountain peak, the power in his body circulated even more slowly. This meant that to reach the peak, Lin Ling had to rely more on himself. Dang. However, during this process, the 8 dantians in his body were also suppressed by the powerful force. Their potential was constantly stimulated, causing a mutation. Then, it felt as though the various divine embryos had been remolded by Guang Chengzi's universe. What a terrifying law. But I don't believe that these laws can kill me. Lin Ling looked up at the peak and smiled confidently. This, the so-called sacred mountain trial, was actually using the universe's laws to temper the gods. However, one thing was certain, and that was that one would definitely not die. Bang! This was Guang Chengzi's universe. He could change anything, and Guang Chengzi could not kill his own disciple. Go! Lin Ling stepped onto the path, and the laws on his body increased. It was as though he was carrying a huge mountain. That junior brother has quite the fighting spirit. Everyone smiled and then entered their respective sacred mountains. Although I know I won't die, the wait is still very scary. I wonder what will happen when the wait reaches the limit and I'm close to death. Ling gritted his teeth and walked forward, muttering to himself. A person's physical strength was limited. It was the same even for gods. A god's physical strength seemed endless, but they rarely encountered external objects that pushed it to the limit. But, if one's physical strength reached the limit and exceeded the body's load, they might die. It was the same for both humans and gods. But, yes, this was Guangchengzi's universe, and he could not let his disciple die. This created a situation where one's body reached the limit but did not die. At that time, the only thing that supported one was willpower, perseverance, and patience. Pa, pa, pa. 2 hours later, Lin Ling continued to walk forward. His sweat fell like rain, and when it landed on the sacred mountain, it evaporated in an instant. Ever since he had become a deity, Lin Ling had rarely experienced such exhaustion. Even though he had Panga's body, he still felt intense pain all over his body, as though countless ants were biting him. I estimate that the laws on my body have reached 700 to 800. Ling looked up and realized that he was getting closer to the peak. He gritted his teeth and continued to walk forward. And thus, he climbed to the top of the mountain, and a refreshing breeze welcomed him. The nomological laws that he had been carrying before immediately disappeared. His entire body felt incomparably comfortable. What about junior brother? In the distance, regardless of whether they were on the sacred mountain or the resting gods, all of them were shocked. Although Lin Ling had ascended the smallest sacred mountain, the time he took to do so was far too short. Even the heavens were not enough. No, that was because even half a day wasn't enough. One had to know that even the smallest divine mountain would require at least a year to reach the top. The longer ones would require 10 years or even 100 years. After all, it would take a very long time to adapt to the laws, and the smallest divine mountain had around 900 laws, so it would take a long time to adapt to each law. Amazing! If this continues, junior brother will soon be able to carry several divine mountains on his back. Many people were happy for Lin Ling. No, at this moment, several harsh voices were heard. He's probably putting his life on the line. It's just that he climbed so quickly in the beginning. He's not familiar with the laws at all. After that, he couldn't even move on the second sacred mountain. Young people are always a little impulsive. Yes, he doesn't know that if he's not used to the laws, even if he carries 99 divine mountains, the results of his cultivation will disappear after leaving this place. What? That can happen? Junior brother, you don't know this. The universe we live in is very big, but there are stronger worlds above. You think you're invincible in this universe, but your strength will be halved in the higher universes. If you're not familiar with the laws here, even the power you cultivate will disappear after leaving this place. This is what Master told us unintentionally. I see. I really didn't know about this. The disciples discussed animatedly. The senior brothers even raised their chins as if they knew more than the others and were very proud. Look, junior brother is going to the second divine mountain. Suddenly, someone shouted. On the top of the mountain, Lin Ling stood there. His originally carefree expression instantly became complicated. Because the laws that had disappeared before reappeared, like shackles on his body. He looked up and saw a huge divine mountain above his head. It was the divine mountain he had conquered before. Every time I conquer a divine mountain, the divine mountain will press down on me? Lin Ling smiled bitterly and walked down towards the second divine mountain. Now that he had 1,000 laws on his back, his walking speed was even slower than before. But, for some reason, it seemed that after conquering the first divine mountain, he felt a clear change in his body. Every great divine fetus seemed to be transforming. This undoubtedly gave Lin Ling motivation. At the foot of the second divine mountain, Lin Ling glanced at it and buried his head in it. However, just as he stepped on it, he instantly felt that the laws on his body had increased by another 100. This 100 laws of nature. This junior brother has 900 laws on his back and is actually planning to go to the second divine mountain. Can he persevere? Many people were attracted by Lin Ling. But no one knew that Lin Ling had 1,100 laws on his back, which was 200 more than the average person. This was clearly another test for Master Guangcheng. After all, Master Guangcheng knew of Lin Ling's strength, so he increased the difficulty. Lin Ling shouted. He continued forward, his clothes drenched in sweat. He could not use the power of divinity, so he could only rely on the toughness of his physical body. He could not even use the power of his physical body. The second divine mountain was even taller, and there were even more laws. That intense pain assaulted him once more. At the same time, Lin Ling's body transformed once more. He gritted his teeth and continued forward. The higher he went, the more laws there were. Unknowingly, he stepped onto the summit once more. His body instantly relaxed, and the feeling of weight disappeared. I'm up. Lin Ling let out a light breath and smiled. No. At this moment, no one was paying attention to him. In the eyes of the junior brothers, if Lin Ling wanted to reach the summit of the second divine mountain, it would definitely take a long time. But Lin Ling did not have time to be happy for long before the terrifying laws came suppressing him again. Although Lin Ling had long been mentally prepared and knew that the rest time after reaching the end was very short, when all the laws fell, he still felt like vomiting blood. While the laws on his body had reached 3,100. At the second divine mountain had 2,000 more laws than the first. Big brother Guangqing. Lin Ling once again experienced the feeling of clearly dying, but not dying. Fight! He roared angrily. He had come back alive from the underworld. It was just a trial. Was it really difficult for him, Lin Ling? He walked down the divine mountain, heading towards the third divine mountain. Although the process seemed simple, only Lin Ling knew that he was facing the feeling of being on the verge of death. No. Yes, it should be the feeling of being on the verge of death. This feeling was undoubtedly very painful, just like when a person was sick. Chapter 52:11. In front of the third divine mountain, Lin Ling appeared. His entire body was covered in sweat. There were several times when he felt the urge to give up. But he endured it. This was because he discovered that the divine embryo was transforming once again. He looked up at the third divine mountain and took a step forward. At this moment, another 100 laws descended, suppressing his body. One had to know that he had yet to ascend the mountain. He instantly knew that this was an additional trial that Senior Guangqing had given him. Damn it! Lin Ling could only curse angrily. He gritted his teeth and continued onward. Just like that, amidst the pain and joy, Lin Ling continued to climb the divine mountains. As time passed, he was already carrying over 100 divine mountains behind him. As for the laws that were suppressed, Lin Ling himself was not clear. He only knew that as he continued to climb the divine mountains, his divine embryo continued to transform. Of course, his immunity to the universe's laws was also constantly increasing. Of course, compared to the constantly increasing laws, his immunity was still much slower. This caused him to repeatedly experience the feeling of impending death. Old brother Guangchengzi, I know that the trial isn't easy, but why did you give me extra materials? Do you really think that with my willpower and perseverance, I can really carry a divine mountain that's worth over 900 million? As he continued to climb, Lin Ling cursed inwardly. Although he knew that Guangqing was doing this for his own good, the feeling of impending death was truly uncomfortable. Look heavens, that junior brother is still climbing. It's been so long. How many divine mountains has he climbed? Could it be that he's made of iron? This is at least over 100. Someone suddenly saw Lin Ling and shouted loudly. This caused the disciples resting at the base of the divine mountain to be alarmed. They could see that there were layers upon layers of divine mountains on Lin Ling's body. It was a terrifying sight. As for the disciples who were still climbing, they trembled in fright when they saw this scene. Because of this carelessness, they failed and fell from the peak to the base of the mountain. Didn't he just arrive? Those confident senior brothers were all staring at him. Just arrive? And then carry over 100 divine mountains on his back? This number surpassed theirs. For a time, they were so ashamed that they wanted to crawl into a hole. Because of Lin Ling, the entire divine mountain became silent. As the main character, Lin Ling naturally didn't know the reactions of the disciples. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care. After all, they were only disciples of Master Guangqing. In terms of seniority, they had to call him martial uncle. Lin Ling was still climbing the mountain with all his might. Gradually, he surpassed another divine mountain. He was already numb, and his mind was blank. He was constantly reaching the limits of his body, and the feeling of his body on the verge of collapse made him forget the feeling of his body. That feeling was as if his body did not belong to him. This was also the first time Lin Ling had experienced such a feeling after becoming a deity. In the end, he continued to climb the mountain numbly. He didn't know how many mountains he was carrying on his back. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Ling finally fell from the sacred mountain. 327 divine mountains. Many disciples were watching Lin Ling climb the mountain, their faces pale. They knew how great the pressure of carrying 327 sacred mountains in a short period of time was. After all, this was the result of others training here for thousands of years. Now that he failed and fell from the sacred mountain, not only did people not mock him, they even looked at him with admiration. "Hurry and help that junior brother," someone shouted. However, Lin Ling, who fell from the sacred mountain, seemed to have entered a void and gradually disappeared. He left. What happened? Everyone was shocked. One of the senior brothers frowned and pondered for a moment before suddenly saying, "Master took him away." The moment they heard the two words master, many people revealed expressions of awe and deep envy. How long had that junior brother been here? He could meet master so soon. However, they didn't know that their so-called master was actually Lin Ling. He could meet him at any time. At this moment, on the 18 Dragon Mountains on the 6th level, a light suddenly appeared. Then, a man fell. He was Lin Ling. Dragon stones were everywhere around him. They were sparkling and resplendent, and there were even 9 dragon stones among them. However, Lin Ling didn't wake up. He was still in a deep sleep. After experiencing countless life and death crises, his mind couldn't take it anymore, and he fainted. However, inside his body, his 8 dantians were undergoing a transformation. The lightning lock physique, human monarch's flame, twin dragon physique, hellish ghost hell physique, and many others were all transforming into a mutated divine physique. Originally, these talents had reached their limits, and it was very difficult to improve them. But in Guang Chengzi's universe, they were changed. Guang Chengzi used his supreme universe to change Lin Ling's fate. If he wanted to bring out the results after the change, it would depend on Lin Ling himself. He wanted to resist the laws of the Tao Pagoda, so he had to carry countless laws on his back to climb the mountain. And now, he had successfully brought out the results of his cultivation in Guang Chengzi's universe. So many dragon stones. Suddenly, an exclamation was heard. An old man brought several disciples and accidentally barged in. After seeing the scene in front of them, they were all scared silly. "Brother Chen." The disciples were so excited that they couldn't close their mouths. They weren't weak, and they were all early-stage deity realm universe giant gods. And that old man was even a middle-stage deity realm universe giant god. They had been walking in the 18 Dragon Mountains for many years and had encountered dragon stones before, but this was the first time they had seen such a large area of dragon stones. This made them so happy that they almost forgot about themselves. "Wait, there's someone." Suddenly, a woman looked at a corner and said. She saw a white-haired young man lying there, and at this moment, he was endlessly absorbing the surrounding dragon stones. How strange. He clearly fainted, but he's cultivating by himself. The old man called Brother Chen frowned. It's too dangerous for him to just lie there like this. The woman frowned. Forget it, it's fate that we met. Let's take care of him while we're at it. There are so many dragon stones here, enough for us to use. He can't absorb much. The old man called Brother Chen waved his hand, and then everyone excitedly started to collect the dragon stones. But they didn't see that although Lin Ling was lying there, his eyebrows moved slightly. In fact, he had already woken up. It was just that his body had been overloaded for too long, so he needed some time to recover. Most importantly, he found that his various divine embryos had all stepped into the ranks of deity bodies. Although they weren't powerful deity bodies, the foundation was enough for him to become much stronger. Moreover, after the birth of his deity body, his deity power was also increasing crazily. And what made him speechless was that because of the birth of his deity body and the fact that he was in the land of dragon stones, his body was actually absorbing the dragon stones on its own and breaking through. It was precisely because he was close to breaking through that he didn't move. Fortunately, these people aren't so greedy. Otherwise, with my current strength, I'd definitely die. Chapter 52:12. However, it's better to hold on to my life. Lin Ling grasped the time to break through and was very excited. The special training this time had shown its effects. His divine embryo had transformed into a godly body and was close to breaking through. His divine energy would definitely increase greatly. Looking at the people around, he saw that the old man was leading the group to collect dragon stones, completely ignoring Lin Ling. "Big brother, look." But at this moment, a large number of footsteps could be heard. Following which, Rays of light flowed and a large number of people appeared in the surroundings. They stared at the resplendent dragon stones, and their expressions changed. These are dragon stones that were just born from the earth. They should have been buried for hundreds of millions of years. Now, most of the dragon stones on the surface of the earth have been collected. These large quantities of dragon stones must have been dug out from the earth. We're rich, they were discussing spiritedly, ignoring the old man and the others. Qu'est-ce I even saw 9 dragon stones. A male who seemed to have a high status shouted. His body was flickering with 5-colored light, and he seemed to be extremely powerful. The old man and the others were shocked. Although they had guessed that the dragon stones here would be discovered soon, they did not expect it to be so fast. All of you, get lost immediately. Put down the dragon stones under you. Suddenly, a voice could be heard. The male who seemed to have a high status and was wearing a cloak said coldly. They had obviously discovered the old man and the others long ago. Seeing that there were not many of them, they naturally did not put them in their eyes. Furthermore, although the old man was a middle-stage deity universe giant god, there were several early-stage deity universe giant gods on their side. In terms of combat power, they were not weak. Put down the dragon stones? Didn't we waste our efforts to collect them previously? Everyone beside the old man was furious. According to the rules of the 18 Dragon Mountains, if the land of dragon stones was discovered, the strong could occupy it and the weak could leave. However, there was always a way out. As long as the dragon stones were obtained by the weak, most of them would be taken away by them. Now, these people had obviously violated the unwritten rules. This was greed. Your Excellency. That old man frowned and said, "We are from the 9 Conch clan." The other party sneered and reported his origin. Sure enough, the old man they all were originally unresigned. But after hearing about the 9 Conch clan, their expressions clearly changed. The 9 Conch clan was one of the 6 levels 12 divine clans. Their strength was powerful and their numbers were numerous. How could they be what they could provoke? It could be said that on the 6th level, even unknown itinerant cultivators would not dare to face the 12 god tribes head-on. And it was said that the 7th floor was even more exaggerated. If an unknown rogue cultivator appeared, the 12 god clans would join forces to obliterate them, proving that the latter half of the Dao Pagoda belonged to the god clan. I'll give you the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. The reason it's the time it takes for an incense stick to burn is to give you time to hand over the dragon stone. Another voice came from the 9 Conch clan. The Protoss are indeed overbearing. Brother Chen, what should we do? A woman beside the old man said unwillingly. What else can we do? Take out all the dragon stones you obtained earlier. The old man sighed. The situation was beyond their control. They had no choice but to lower their heads. If you still have dragon stones after the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, then don't blame us for being impolite. At this time, the 9 Conch clan's voice sounded out again. The old man and the others immediately widened their eyes. Although they had obtained some dragon stones here, they had quite a few dragon stones themselves. Now they had to hand them all over. This was too much. Your Excellency, it's not good to kill them all. The old man endured again and again, but now he could not hold it in anymore. There's only one incense stick of time. The other party ignored him and watched the flow of time. There's another person there. He's actually absorbing the dragon stones, and his speed isn't slow either. How greedy. Even when he's about to die, he still hasn't forgotten to steal our treasures. Suddenly, someone saw Lin Ling lying in the corner. Kill him. The man in the lead waved his hand. Wait, didn't you say there was still one incense stick of time? When the old man saw this, he could not bear it and hurriedly shouted. Although I gave you one incense stick of time, not only did that person not hand over the dragon stones, he continued to steal, so we killed him first. The 9 Conch clan's people replied expressionlessly. You guys are too despicable. You can have the dragon stones, but I won't let you kill him. The old man's anger towards the 9 Conch clan had reached its limit. He actually took the initiative to walk over to Lin Ling's side, wanting to protect Lin Ling. Brother Chen. The people behind him immediately shouted, but they also looked at the 9 Conch clan angrily and walked over to Lin Ling's side. Originally, they were already unhappy that they had occupied the land of dragon stones. The most despicable thing was that they had violated the unwritten rules and wanted to take back the dragon stones that they had obtained. They even wanted them to take out all the dragon stones that they had secretly hidden. This was simply going too far. They seemed to be helping Lin Ling, but in fact, they were expressing their dissatisfaction from another angle. Are you guys courting death? The man leading the Nine Conch clan laughed strangely. His expression was full of ridicule. It seems that you don't know the strength of my Nine Conch clan, or rather, you guys don't know what kind of existence the Nine Conch clan is. We know what kind of existence the Nine Conch clan is, so we will hand over the dragon stones. But you should never have wanted our secret stash. Moreover, you killed people before the time was up. You have violated the taboo of the 18 Dragon Mountains. The old man had already arrived in front of Lin Ling, blocking him and shouting at the same time. At this moment, Lin Ling naturally knew what was happening outside. He was very surprised by the old man's decision, but he was also secretly grateful. Because he had already reached the critical moment of his breakthrough, and he was just a little bit away from successfully breaking through. Originally, he had already planned to stop these people at the risk of failing his breakthrough. After all, although the breakthrough was crucial, his life was more important. Moreover, the people of the Nine Conch clan were not weak. They had a god-level middle-stage universe giant god, so he had no choice but to risk his life. As for Xianxia and the others, they seemed to have disappeared without a trace, causing Lin Ling to have to rely on himself. Kill them. At this moment, a loud shout was heard. The man leading the group could not be bothered to reason with them, and he directly started killing. They want to kill us before the time it takes to burn an incense stick is up? Brother Chen, I think they have no intention of letting us go at all. They want to kill us all. The people beside the old man all shouted coldly. They were all god-level universe giant gods, and they were usually proud and arrogant people. Now that they had been repeatedly humiliated, they were ready to risk everything. So what if they want to kill us all? A few figures immediately shot over, their speed as if they were traversing the universe. Powerful godly energy blasted over. Everyone be careful. The old man shouted. He also activated his godly energy, and a rope appeared in his hand. With a wave of his hand, he actually tied up one of the Nine Conch clan's gods. This rope was obviously extraordinary. It was a precious treasure that could even increase the old man's godly energy. You're courting death. The tied god cursed, feeling that he had lost the face of the god clan. Chapter 52:13. Let me go or all of you will die. The tied-up god was still cursing. The old man's eyes flashed, and he finally let go of the god. The Nine Conch clan was the overlord, so he did not dare to force them. Die! Unexpectedly, the moment the other party was freed, he immediately transformed into a huge conch shell. The conch shell blew out a gust of wind, and the power of the gods was incomparably terrifying as it rushed towards the old man. In the gust of wind, there was the sound of a tsunami, making people feel dizzy. Rumble! The gust of wind hit the old man, and he could not react for a moment. He could only resist with the rope, but he was still seriously injured. At his chest, his clothes were torn, and a conch shell mark appeared there, madly injuring the old man. Brother Chen! The others shouted and looked angrily at the god. Brother Chen had let him go, but who knew that this person would shamelessly sneak attack him? Haha, how can our Nine Conch clan be defeated so easily? I was just letting you go before. The god who attacked had a proud face, as if the previous sorry state had nothing to do with him. Hand over that trash. The others sneered. Dream on. Today, we would rather die than retreat. Seeing this, Brother Chen gritted his teeth and gathered his power of the gods again, preparing for the next battle. His eyes gradually turned red as well. After all, he was a god of the era. When he was powerful, all the gods and demons dared not disrespect him. However, after coming to the second half of the Tao Pagoda, he did not seem like a person. Moreover, he knew that many people had the same thoughts as him. However, the gods were too powerful, and they could do nothing about it. It's not fun to die too quickly. Come, let's continue. The gods of the Nine Conch clan were not in a hurry to deal with them. They were like cats playing with mice. Rumble! They attacked repeatedly, and the power of the gods was like an ocean, crashing into the old man and the others. At first, the old man and the others could still resist and even counterattack, but they were still afraid of the gods and did not dare to kill them. After a few attacks, they gradually fell into a disadvantage. One side was restraining their attacks, while the other side was unscrupulous. Naturally, there was no way to fight such a battle. As for the 9 conch gods who were watching from the sidelines, none of them made a move. It was as if they were letting the juniors of their clan practice their skills. After all, it was merely an early-stage deity realm universe giant god from the 9 conch clan, while Brother Chen was a middle-stage deity realm universe giant god. Bang bang bang. After a few consecutive attacks, Brother Chen and the rest finally couldn't hold on any longer. They were heavily injured and crashed to the ground. Okay, Jiu Feng, kill them. At this moment, the leading man from the 9 conch clan spoke. Brother Chen and the others' faces were pale as they gritted their teeth. They were angry and hated themselves for being useless. After all, they could have killed the other party earlier, but because they had too many misgivings, they had held back. In the end, they had been suppressed. Ha ha ha, so a middle-stage deity giant cosmos god is actually so weak. This deity energy doesn't even reach 200 trillion. What a waste. The people from the 9 conch clan were naturally laughing complacently. Moreover, their eyes were filled with killing intent. They wanted to kill Brother Chen and the others. Wait! However, at this moment, a voice suddenly sounded, causing everyone to be stunned. Then, they realized that it was the white-haired man who was lying motionless on the ground. What do you have to say? The leading man from the 9 conch clan immediately laughed. You're here for the Dragonstone. Why do you want their lives? You're all deities, and it's not easy to cultivate. Why don't you let them go? Besides, I have a 9 Dragonstone with me. Lin Ling's voice floated out. He had witnessed the battle between Brother Chen and the others, and he was actually very anxious. However, he was just a hair's breadth away from breaking through, so he had been holding back. 9 Dragonstone. The people from the 9 conch clan narrowed their eyes. This land of Dragonstone actually had a 9 Dragonstone. However, this kind of treasure that required 9 dragon mountains to form was extremely rare. How could one satisfy them? Are you lying to me? The 9 conch clan man's face darkened. Lying to you? Why would I lie to you? Lin Ling's voice floated out again. Besides, I have a secret to tell you. Regardless of whether you're lying to me or not, I know that you're on the verge of breaking through, so you're stalling for time, right? The 9 conch clan man pondered for a moment and immediately knew Lin Ling's idea. That's right. I'm indeed breaking through, and now I'm at the most critical moment. Lin Ling did not hide anything and continued. Most importantly, I have a big secret to tell you. Its value is definitely not lower than the 9 Dragonstone. What secret? The other party asked. Because I'm not an ordinary person, but a very important person. I reckon that many of the 12 god clans are very interested in me. Lin Ling continued to stall for time. Haha, you're just a saint universe giant god. How important can you be? You're enough. Even if you're stalling for time, you should find a suitable excuse. Mocking laughter came from the 9 conch clan. In fact, they all knew that Lin Ling was breaking through, but what was the use? After breaking through, he was still a saint. This did not pose a threat to them at all. Kill them. After that, the 9 conch clan man became impatient. I can tell you that I'm Lin Ling from the battle in Purple Wind Cave not long ago. Lin Ling? You're Lin Ling? The 9 conch clan originally wanted to kill Lin Ling and the others, but after hearing this, they obviously paused. Of course, their expressions were full of disbelief. After all, how could the rumored Lin Ling be so weak? He was only a saint. As far as they knew, there were countless great beings involved in the battle in Purple Wind Cave, including many middle-stage universe giant gods, the top 100 figures on the 6th level, and the overlord, White Mountain Buddha. But Lin Ling and the others still managed to escape unscathed, which proved that they were very powerful. Nonsense, kill them. The 9 conch clan man did not care about Lin Ling at all and wanted to attack. Maybe you don't believe me, but I can tell you that in the battle that day, the Myriad Sea clan sent Elder Wan, the Silver Moon clan sent Yin Chuangyu, and Yin Chuangyu had god ancestor Silver Moon, White Mountain Buddha, and other gods. I know all the opponents. If you kill me, you'll be wasting your chance. If you hand me over alive, the great god clans will definitely reward you handsomely. Besides, I killed Yin Chuangyu, which forced the battle to stop. Aren't you curious about how I did it? Lin Ling's voice continued to float out, which made the 9 Conch clan man stop in his tracks, and his eyes kept flashing. In fact, how could they not be curious? Even the entire 6th level was curious. Brother Chen and the others were also shocked. They were very curious about the origin of this white-haired man and how powerful he was. Haha, kill him. But at this moment, a loud laugh interrupted everyone's shock. It was the leader of the 9 Conch clan. He laughed sarcastically and said, "Are you done with your bullshit? Let me tell you, I don't believe you're Lin Ling. You're just playing with us to buy time. Unfortunately, I'm not as stupid as you think." He was not fooled at all. Chapter 52:14. If you're Lin Ling, then I'm still the Grandmaster of Heaven. In his fury, a god from the 9 Conch clan roared and attacked, shooting toward Lin Ling. Get lost! Brother Chen and the others wanted to help, but they were all injured and sent flying backward. Run! They shouted anxiously, but they could only watch as Lin Ling was killed. The expert from the 9 Conch clan came from in front of Lin Ling, and his powerful divine power suppressed him. Kill those people too. The rest of you, collect the dragon stones. The leader of the 9 Conch clan shouted indifferently. He was already looking at the dragon stones, and a smile appeared on his face. This was an unexpected fortune. At the same time, Lin Ling opened his eyes, and they flickered like a powerful universe, causing the god who attacked to be in a daze for a moment. He felt as if he had entered a great universe and could see the ancient 9 continents. This scene also disappeared instantly. Instead, he seemed to have appeared in an ancient underground palace. On both sides of the underground palace, countless corpses were lying there. There were corpses of divine beasts, ghost kings, and ancient giants. However, they were all dead. A staircase led to the top. The staircase was full of blood, as if it had been killed step by step. At the top of the staircase, a white-haired man stood there coldly with his hands behind his back. Who is it? The expert from the 9 Conch clan knew that it was fake, but he could not help but tremble. At this moment, the white-haired man slowly turned around, revealing a cold and emotionless expression. Plop! Even though he was from the 9 Conch clan and had experienced countless life-and-death situations, the man was still affected. His whole body trembled violently. Of course, these illusions also disappeared quickly. The man from the 9 Conch clan still maintained his attacking posture, but there was a hint of fear on his face as he stared at the white-haired man lying on the ground. The killing illusions from before came from this white-haired man? However, he was only at the saint level. The man made up his mind. Now, the brothers and sisters of the 9 Conch clan were all looking at him. How could he be merciful? Otherwise, he would be laughed at. Moreover, everything he had seen before was definitely fake. Go to hell! He roared with a ferocious expression. Enough! At the same time, Lin Ling lightly spat out 2 words. Previously, he was just a split second away from breaking through. That was why he had erupted with his universe and soul force to affect this man. And now, the breakthrough was complete. He didn't know what limit his strength had reached. However, all of his innate talents had entered the divine physique, and in addition to the breakthrough in cultivation level, the increase in divine power was definitely not weak. Panga's attack. Lin Ling also activated a powerful technique that allowed him to be immune to divine power. As for the man from the 9 Conch race, when his palm landed on Lin Ling's head, the sound of a tsunami could be heard, and all sorts of powerful and ancient auras were gushing out. He's dead. The man's smile became even more sinister. But the rest of the 9 Conch clan didn't pay attention to him at all. They were already collecting dragon stones. Only Brother Chen and the others were looking at Lin Ling, sighing and shaking their heads. You're the one who's ready to die. But at this moment, a cold voice that seemed to have come from the depths of hell was heard. Lin Ling stood up straight just like that. The man in front of him was still sneering, but his eyes were wide open. He was fine after taking a hit from him head-on. He suddenly thought of the terrifying scene he had seen before and gritted his teeth. Who are you? Lin Ling. Lin Ling spat out coldly as he slowly extended his palm. The strange thing was that his movements weren't fast, but the man felt that he couldn't resist. He could only watch as Lin Ling's palm grabbed at him. No. He struggled to shake his head. Bang! The hand grabbed the man's head and suddenly exploded, causing blood to splatter everywhere. No one except Brother Chen and the others saw this scene. They all opened their mouths wide. This white-haired man was so strong? One had to know that the god that was killed was a deity at the early stage of the universe giant god realm. They had always thought that this white-haired man was very weak, so they wanted to protect him. 9 ascends king. Is it still not settled? At this moment, a god from the 9 conch race shouted. He was still collecting dragon stones on the ground. Bang! A silhouette suddenly appeared and grabbed his head with his palm. A powerful force erupted and this deity's head exploded. After he died, his conch shells scattered all over the ground. What's going on? This time, many people sensed it. In fact, they were so strong that they could even detect the slightest movement. However, the person who attacked was too fast and stronger than them, causing 2 of them to die before they could react. Not good. 9 ascends king is dead, and Zhou Lu is also dead. When people saw the white-haired man, they all exclaimed. The leader of the 9 conch race was collecting dragon stones. When he heard this, his pupils trembled, and he slowly turned around. Under countless gazes, Lin Ling stood there indifferently. His white hair was fluttering, and the killing intent on his body seemed to have solidified, rolling and surging. Now, he had already used the fusion talent and Panga's strike at the same time. He himself wasn't too sure how strong he was. After all, he had just broken through, but he was confident that no one present was a match for him. All of you must die, Lin Ling said coldly. You kill them. The gods of the 9 conch race shouted. But Lin Ling didn't allow them to speak. The tyrannical Song sword appeared in his hand, and a powerful killing intent erupted. Now, his eternal killing world divine embryo had transformed into a killing godly body. It was the same for all his other talents. Shill. With one sword, the killing intent that had disappeared for many years filled the air. An early-stage deity cosmos giant god fell. Next, another one. Ever since stepping into the second half of the Tao Pagoda, Lin Ling rarely relied on the various divine embryos to fight. His killing intent seemed to have been sealed in ice. And now, this killing intent had transformed into a godly body and once again descended into the world. My divine power was originally 8 trillion, but after the divine embryos transformed into godly bodies, it increased by 7 trillion, so it's now 15 trillion. But this isn't enough. Because my realm has broken through, my divine power is still increasing. Explode for me. Lin Ling was like layers of clouds being pushed aside, and the divine power hidden in his body crazily gushed out. After all, his foundation had increased twice in a row, and the divine power hidden in his body had multiplied. It would take some time to dig out and adapt. 25 trillion. In the end, Lin Ling shouted. His divine power had entered the ranks of 25 trillion. And after the fusion of talents, it was now in the ranks of 50 trillion. Of course, this divine power was not enough to obliterate early-stage universe giant gods. But other than his divine power, he also had a powerful fleshly body. Originally, his fleshly body had a strength of 100,000, but because of the upgrade of his godly body, it had undergone an earth-shaking change. His Panga body had become a 5-star. His fleshly body had increased to 15 trillion. A single Dan Panga's strike was 30 trillion. Adding up all his strength, it was 80 trillion. Although his strength was still a little lacking compared to the early-stage universe giant god's strength of 100 trillion. But one had to know that Lin Ling's Panga body was stronger than the divine power, and it was immune to a small amount of divine power. If he used Panga's finger, his strength would increase by several times. Especially now that he had become a 5-star Pangu, this strength was even more obvious. Chapter 52:15. Pang. Blood blossomed, and endless godly energy poured out. Another god-level giant universe god was killed by Lin Ling. The ancient power dissipated at this moment. How can he be so strong? Brother Chen and the others witnessed this scene, and it was an eye-opener for them. This was the first time they saw such a heaven-defying giant universe god. So strong. The 9 conch clan leader and the others were equally shocked. Now, other than the middle-stage giant universe gods, no one could stop that white-haired youth. Moreover, the white-haired youth's aura was very strange. It gave people the impression that his godly body was very powerful, but if they sensed it carefully, they would realize that there was more than one godly body. It was as though it was a combination of many powerful godly bodies. Stop him! The gods in the middle stage of the god class were all roaring. They used the universe and all sorts of powerful god skills to seal Lin Ling inside. However, Lin Ling's universe appeared and broke the seal. Once again, it was like a fish entering the sea, crazily slaughtering the early-stage deities. This is incredible. Could his godly energy have reached hundreds of trillions? Brother Chen and the others saw with their own eyes that Lin Ling's godly energy clashed with a god, and the one who was killed was that god. One had to know that this was a head-on clash. Brother Chen, he's so strong. Isn't it appropriate to bring him to that place? A woman beside him asked. Indeed, it's appropriate. However, it's hard to say whether he can survive this calamity. Brother Chen shook his head. Now that white-haired youth was only killing early-stage deities, and there were still a few middle-stage ones. This battle wouldn't end so easily. This brat is strange. Don't just watch anymore. Attack! Sure enough, the leading man shouted. Previously, they were all stunned by Lin Ling and were in a daze. Now that they reacted, they knew that if they didn't act now, they would all be wiped out. Brat, you're courting death. An old man with long dark green hair was the fastest. His arm suddenly transformed into a huge pincer and cut toward Lin Ling. This pincer seemed slow, but in fact, it carried the power of the universe, forcing Lin Ling to take it head-on and not retreat. You want to kill me? You're not enough. Lin Ling slashed out with his tyrannical song sword and displayed a martial arts sword technique that he had cultivated before. However, after taking it head-on, Lin Ling was still forced back. The deity energy of a middle-stage deity giant cosmos god was too strong. And this was because Lin Ling had used Pangu's strike and was immune to the divine power. Otherwise, even if he had broken through, he might not have been able to block that move. Hey, you got away! The old man sneered, and a cloud burst out from his body. He disappeared, and the crab pincer appeared again on Lin Ling's body, clamping down. With this clamp, it was not difficult to tear apart the universe. Universe! At the critical moment, Lin Ling roared and urged the universe to resist. Although these people were all middle-stage universe giant gods, they were still much weaker than Xianxia of the Silver Moon clan. That was why Lin Ling dared to use his universe to resist. Let's see how long you can last. I'll crush you even if you're in the universe. The old man laughed malevolently. He controlled the crab pincer and attacked Lin Ling's universe crazily. Lin Ling's universe was like an eggshell, protecting him within. Crab pincers were crazily attacking him from both sides, and Lin Ling could hear the sound of surging waves. Before you die, I'll just block it. Lin Ling used his universe to block the old man's attack. He activated all his strength and integrated it into his tyrannical song sword. Instead of retreating, he advanced and shot straight at the old man. What? The old man clearly did not expect Lin Ling to choose this kind of attack. His eyes focused, and the tip of the sword, which was surging with killing intent, condensed in his eyes. Not good. He shouted and retracted his strength, wanting to block Lin Ling's sword. Unfortunately, it was clearly too late. Lin Ling's sword pierced through the old man's head. Blood spurted out as the old man's head was pierced. Cool old man is also dead. Everyone's eyes focused, and their expressions changed drastically. Even a middle-stage deity giant god was no match for him? Die, you bastard! A middle-stage deity cosmos giant god seized the opportunity to attack. Universe 3 Extremes break. He originally thought that Lin Ling's failure was his best chance, but he did not know that Lin Ling still had a powerful soul technique. A large cosmic ray shot out. Although it could not kill the other party, it dealt a heavy blow to the other party's soul. Taking the opportunity, Lin Ling unleashed his full strength and attacked again. Then, a rumbling sound could be heard. Another middle-stage deity giant god was killed. This time, the Nine Shells clan lost 2 middle-stage deities. They could not help but be solemn. Clearly, they did not expect a saint to be so powerful. Killing deities was as easy as chopping vegetables. So powerful, really powerful. Who is he? Brother Chen and the others took in a breath of cold air. Then Brother Chen shouted, "Quick, everyone, go and help kill the Nine Shells clan." Although they did not want to provoke the Nine Shells clan, this group of people wanted to kill them all. Therefore, they had no other choice at this time. At this moment, Lin Ling was already fighting the strongest deity. This deity's power had obviously exceeded 200 trillion units. Coupled with the cooperation of the others, Lin Ling was suppressed. Fortunately, Brother Chen and the others had also come to help. Although their help was not much, Lin Ling was powerful to begin with, and a small help was enough to turn the situation around. 9 Shells Shrimp King Array. Seeing that their attacks were not successful, the deities of the 9 Shells clan panicked. The man in the lead roared. From his body, billowing smoke spread out like countless tentacles and pulled all the deities of the 9 Shells clan over. The deities let out painful cries as their bodies melted into the smoke. The billowing smoke spread out and became bigger and bigger. It was like a huge mountain, and within it, a pitch-black shadow was faintly discernible. It was as though a monster had descended. "Everyone be careful," Lin Ling reminded them. "Sir, why don't we escape?" Brother Chen said to Lin Ling. Lin Ling shook his head. "It's not easy to come across so many dragon stones. I can't give up." He did not expect to encounter such a fierce battle right after breaking through. Even if he used all his strength, he could not kill all of them. It seemed that the deity giant universe gods were indeed powerful. At this time, the clouds gradually dispersed, revealing a fiery red prawn. This prawn's shell seemed to be burning, and its 5 pairs of legs were like sharp blades on the ground. It was so huge that it was like an ancient city. "To be able to force us to use this move, you'll die a worthy death." Moreover, the shrimp was speaking human language. Lin Ling sensed that this shrimp seemed to be the incarnation of the universe, making him feel that he could not defeat it. He guessed that this was the powerful godly body of the 9 Shells clan. In terms of power, it was probably a late-stage deity giant universe god. This kind of power could be considered an overlord of an era. The 9 Shells clan is indeed one of the 12 god clans. Even a random person has such a technique. Lin Ling's expression was solemn. He did not know if he could kill that shrimp if he used all his trump cards. Chapter 52:16. Cover. Brother Chen and the rest frowned when they heard Lin Ling's words. Now that they were planning to escape, what was the point of covering? 3 breaths is enough. I have the confidence to kill the Shrimp King. Is that okay? Lin Ling did not explain anything and said again. 3 breaths. Brother Chen and the rest looked at each other with hesitation in their eyes. Brother Chen, you make the decision, one of the girls said. Although it was dangerous to stay, with so many dragon stones here, they were unwilling to give it up. What's more, they had already offended the 9 Conch clan. Instead of fighting, it was better to resist. Okay, let's fight. Brother Chen had the same thought. Then they all looked at Lin Ling. Okay, all of you work together and block it with all your strength. Remember, if your life is in danger, give up. Lin Ling reminded them and mobilized all his strength. The power of faith appeared in his hand. Attack! Brother Chen shouted in a low voice. Their conversation seemed slow, but in fact, it did not last long. At this moment, the fog dispersed and the huge flaming Shrimp King appeared. It was mighty and domineering, like a space battleship. All of you must die. The Shrimp King spoke in human language and laughed sinisterly. It wanted to kill Lin Ling and the rest. However, at this moment, Brother Chan and the rest took the initiative to attack. They all burst out with powerful divine power and charged at the Shrimp King. Of course, with their strength, fighting against the Shrimp King was like a mantis blocking a car. The gap was too big. However, they were still confident that they could block it for 3 breaths. Of course, the premise was that the other party did not discover their intentions. You overestimate yourselves. Luckily, the Prawn King did not notice Brother Chan and the others' intention. Its giant pincers moved, and a terrifying power exploded. This was a simple movement, but it carried the most ancient power, as if it could split the heavens and earth apart. Rumble! All the divine power was shattered. Brother Chen and the rest's expression changed. It was too powerful. They did not even know if it was divine power or some other kind of power. Pucci! The power came back and Brother Chen and the rest vomited a mouthful of blood. It's up to him now. Their hopes were all on Lin Ling. However, they didn't run away. They were afraid that if they ran away, the Shrimp King's attention would fall on Lin Ling and delay the plan. Little bastards, go to hell, the Prawn King said confidently. Then, with a swipe of its pincers, it charged towards Brother Chen and the rest. At this moment, the expressions of Brother Chen and the others changed drastically. They could not block this attack at all. They could only die. Brother Chen, what should we do? Let's run. A man shouted anxiously. His eyes were red with anxiety. Elder Brother Chen's face was filled with anxiety as he racked his brain. This was the first time in his life that he had been thinking so quickly. Brother Chen, quick, it's too late. Should we run or fight? Yeah, that guy is gone. We can't rely on him. The others became even more anxious and roared crazily. Persevere. In a short moment, Brother Chen finally made his decision. He bet that Lin Ling would be able to kill the Shrimp King at the critical moment. Ah, we're finished. Previously, when we worked together, even a deity realm middle stage universe giant god wouldn't dare to take it head-on. But the Shrimp King broke through with one move. It's useless to rely on that guy. It's useless to shout now. We can't run anymore. Under the waves of curses, everyone's face turned pale. Previously, they still had a chance to escape. Of course, one or two of them would die along the way. But now that Brother Chen had made his decision, they couldn't leave. They could only live together or die together. Stop talking nonsense. What's the use of complaining now? Besides, I don't intend to let anyone die. Otherwise, we'll all die together. Brother Chen roared. His eyes were bloodshot. Ha ha ha. That huge Shrimp King was like an ancient universe. Seeing Brother Chen and the rest, he laughed contentedly. And his huge pincers were still clawing out, wanting to kill Brother Chen and the rest. At this moment, he didn't see that in his huge pincers, there was a figure shooting out at high speed. And that figure was Lin Ling. Using Brother Chen and the rest as bait, the Shrimp King indeed didn't notice Lin Ling, allowing Lin Ling to use the chaos to close in with the faith sword in his hand. Right, there's still that person. At this moment, the Shrimp King spoke. Of course, it seemed that he had only just started looking for Lin Ling, but in reality, the battle between Brother Chen and the rest hadn't even lasted for an incense stick's time. Suddenly, he finally noticed Lin Ling. This was because a firefly's light was shooting over, and it was getting bigger and bigger. It felt like a meteor gliding through the universe. You actually managed to rush in. The Shrimp King sneered. But what's the use? How can my shell be broken by you? Even 10 of you won't be able to break it. Go to hell. Either you die or I die. Lin Ling seemed to be far away, but he had already rushed in front of the Shrimp King, and the faith sword ruthlessly slashed out. At this moment, Brother Chen and the rest also saw Lin Ling, and they all opened their mouths wide in shock. So, this was Lin Ling's intention. This was crazy. With Lin Ling's strength, how could he shake the Shrimp King? If they had known that Lin Ling would make such a choice, they wouldn't have accompanied Lin Ling in his madness. Sigh. Brother Chen sighed. He had fought the Shrimp King before, so he knew what kind of strength the Shrimp King possessed. It seemed that he had overestimated Lin Ling. Haha, you want to kill me with just you? Let me tell you, my shell has condensed a supreme universe, and its defense is invincible. The Shrimp King didn't care about Lin Ling's sword. Instead, he wanted to kill Brother Chen and the rest, and then kill Lin Ling. Gotcha! But at this moment, a crisp sound could be heard, and time seemed to stop at this moment. The Shrimp King also stopped moving because he could clearly sense that a mysterious power had cut off his universe and even broke his incomparably hard shrimp shell. What kind of power is this? He looked at Lin Ling in shock, knowing that it was the power of that sword. It was just that he could not understand how a mere saint-level giant universe god could break through his defenses. Brother Chen and the rest closed their eyes, waiting for death. However, the cruel power they imagined didn't appear. They suddenly opened their eyes and realized that the huge pincers had stopped moving. They looked ahead and saw that the Shrimp King didn't move. Instead, sword marks appeared on its head and chest, and rolling clouds were pouring out. Then, a deafening sound could be heard. The huge Shrimp King exploded, and countless corpses fell to the ground. They were the people from the Nine Conch clan. Dead. Brother Chen and the rest felt their hair stand on end. That white-haired man really killed the Shrimp King of the Nine Conch clan. Who exactly are you? The gods of the Nine Conch clan were all dead, and only the leader was lying on the ground, looking weakly at Lin Ling. Chapter 52:17. Then, he secretly rejoiced. The gods of the Nine Conch clan were indeed powerful. If it weren't for the fact that this strange Shrimp King was fused with his divine body like a barrier array, he, Lin Ling, would not have been able to defeat him. Of course, Brother Chen and the rest were also very important in stalling for time. After all, if the Shrimp King attacked Lin Ling could only block it with the Sword of Faith. The power in the sword would be exhausted sooner or later. All in all, even if Lin Ling had broken through, it was only a narrow victory. The opponent lost because he was careless and underestimated the enemy. Lin Ling, so you're Lin Ling? The leader gritted his teeth and said. At this moment, he finally believed that the white-haired man was Lin Ling. After all, only such a legendary figure had the strength to kill him. It's a little too late to know now. Lin Ling slashed out and cut the leader in half. Then, he obtained a large number of dragon stones from his body. Everyone, start collecting dragon stones. Then, Lin Ling looked at Brother Chen and the rest. Brother Chen and the rest were still in a daze. After all, the reality was too strange, so strange that it was unimaginable. Lin Ling, Brother Chen, he's Lin Ling. But soon, a woman exclaimed. So it's Lin Ling. Brother Chen felt that everything was natural. One had to know that this was Lin Ling, a legendary figure who had escaped from several gods and a magnate on the 6th floor. And this was also a god who would definitely rush to the peak of the era in the future. It's an honor to meet you. Brother Chen walked over and said. It's just a false reputation. Lin Ling replied casually. He did not expect his name to be so famous on the 6th floor. By the way, Lin Ling, I have a request. I wonder if you can agree? Let's hear it. It's like this. The One-Tooth race is gathering experts to go to the dragon's tomb together. You're so strong, if you go together, you'll probably have a good harvest. Dragon's tomb? That's right. It's under the Dragon Mountain. After the conversation, Lin Ling was somewhat tempted, but he also smiled and said, Brother Chen, you should know that I'm now the enemy of all the major Protoss. If I casually join another Protoss, I'll probably be in great danger. Don't worry, we won't reveal your name. Brother Chen smiled. Lin Ling had gone through a lot with Brother Chen and the others, and he trusted their character. In the end, he nodded. Originally, he wanted to go back and find everyone, but thinking that Dragon's Tomb seemed to be a rare place, he did not want to miss it. Moreover, he guessed that perhaps his people also knew about Long Ling's news. Who entered Dragon's Tomb? Lin Ling asked. It said that the upper echelons of the Celestials on the 6th floor will enter, but I don't know how many will enter. What's certain is that the top 100 on the 6th floor will definitely enter. Brother Chen said. What is the top 100? Lin Ling was curious. Now, his strength was considered average on the 6th floor, so he should know about the top 100 on the 6th floor and the upper echelons of the Celestials. Only then could he find a way to leave the 6th floor and dominate the 6th floor. If he could not dominate the 6th floor, then going to the 7th floor would probably be a dead end. After all, a lucky situation like last time did not happen every time. The so-called top 100 are actually the strongest 100 gods excluding the upper echelons of the Celestials. Most of them are from the Celestials. Even if they are not from the Celestials, they have been recruited. Of course, there are also some lone cultivators, but each of them has a trump card to save their lives. Even if the upper echelons of the Celestials want to catch them, it's very difficult. Brother Chen explained. Lone cultivators are also in the top 100? Lin Ling was surprised. Yes, most of them have offended the Celestials and entered the Celestials' wanted list. There are a total of 91 people on the wanted list, and more than half of them are in the top 100. Oh right, Yin Chuangyu, who you killed last time, was also in the top 100 on the 6th floor. Behind Brother Chen, a woman explained with a smile. Looking at her, she seemed to admire Lin Ling. Lin Ling nodded immediately, then said, Let's collect the dragon stones first. Everyone got busy and collected the dragon stones around them one by one. There were a lot of dragon stones, so everyone got quite a lot and was in a good mood. Originally, with so many dragon stones, Brother Chen and the rest should not have gone to the dragon's tomb. After all, these dragon stones were enough for them to cultivate for a long time. However, it was said that there were even rarer dragon stones in the dragon's tomb, such as the 9 dragon stone. Therefore, they did not want to miss the opportunity. After all, with so many people going to the dragon's tomb, the enemy might not target them. Okay, the dragon stones are collected. After a long time, Lin Ling looked at Brother Chen and the rest. He also had a great harvest. Unfortunately, all of his divine fetuses had turned into divine bodies, and the cultivation resources he needed had increased exponentially. Therefore, he needed more dragon stones. Can we set off now? Brother Chen asked for Lin Ling's opinion again. After seeing Lin Ling nod, he finally led the group forward. Along the way, Brother Chen took out a voice transmission talisman, as if he was looking for a friend. After a full day, a team finally appeared in front of them. This team had 15 people, and all of them were in the divine realm. Of course, the strongest was about the same as Brother Chen. Most importantly, they were not from the divine realm. Lin Ling followed Brother Chen and looked around. He was secretly amazed by the size of the 18 Dragon Mountains. Most importantly, the 18 Dragon Mountains was only one of the strongest forbidden areas on the 6th level. From this it could be seen how big the 6th level was. Probably hundreds of Jianghu continent could not compare to this place. Brother Chen, you guys? A bald old man walked over from the opposite side. He wore cotton clothes and looked like a farmer. Old Lai, we also want to go to the dragon's tomb. Brother Chen went straight to the point. It could be seen that he and the old man were old friends. Good, many hands make light work. The bald old man did not refuse. Instead, he was very happy. Wait, Tiger Mark ancient god Lai Wuxiang, did you ask us before letting them join? Suddenly, the dozen people walked over. Among them, a god wearing a gorgeous official robe and a jade crown frowned. From the looks of it, he seemed to be a god from the era of the gods. Master Lu Wen, why can't they join? The bald old man's face darkened. I was the one who called all of you here. Since you can join, why can't they? Don't make a mistake about who is the leader and who is the assistant. It was obvious that the bald old man was the one who had recommended them. Sure enough, the dozen people frowned and did not say anything. They did not want too many people to join because they were afraid that others would steal their harvest. The bald old man had explained to them that there were many dragon stones in the dragon's tomb. They did not need to worry about not having enough dragon stones, but they were afraid that they would be too weak to bring them out. However, they did not believe him at all. After all, dragon stones were the rarest in the 18 Dragon Mountains. 4 dragon stones, they would do anything. Humph, you let some random people join. Be careful that they don't kill you. However, this has nothing to do with me. You can do whatever you want. The man in the official robe said sarcastically. He stared at Lin Ling obviously. He could see that Lin Ling was only a sage. Naturally, he was disdainful. Brother Chen and the others were angry. These people were not gods, but they spoke so arrogantly. Ignore them. Chapter 52:18. Lin Ling glanced at the bald old man. Seeing that he was easy to talk to, he followed the group. Old Chen, the current era can't be compared to our era. Back then, the divine realm was happy and harmonious. You would visit me, and I would visit you. How could there be the intrigue now? Look at my hair. It's because of the current era. While moving forward, the bald old man was chatting with Brother Chen and the others. Brother Chen and the others looked at the bald old man strangely. This head seemed to have been bald for a long time. The times have changed. In the past, the divine realm looked at official positions. Everything was supported by the heavenly court. If one was strong and didn't have a high official position, one wouldn't dare to provoke others. If others had a higher official position than you, even if they couldn't touch you, the heavenly court would make a move. Brother Chen sighed. Lin Ling could tell that they were from the era of the gods, and this was extremely rare. After all, in the second half of the Dao Pagoda, most of the gods were from the desolate era. And in the era of the gods, there was the heavenly court, and official positions were indeed the most important. This little brother looks unfamiliar. Are you also from the era of the gods? After a conversation, the bald old man suddenly looked at Lin Ling and smiled. Senior, I'm not from the era of the gods. Lin Ling smiled and replied, I'm from the current era. Current era? The bald old man's eyes widened. A current god represented the latest era, and he could enter the second half of the Dao Pagoda? Although he also knew that there were many current gods, most of them were now in the Dao realm. Amazing, amazing. Little brother, you were probably an extraordinary person in your previous life. The bald old man continued, however your hair is white, but it doesn't lose its luster. It's really beautiful. Back then, I had the same thick hair as you. Sigh, back then, when I had a lot of hair, I would change my hairstyle every day. That was really great. Lin Ling was speechless. Why was this bald old man envious of his hair? Brother Chen and the others were also speechless. If they remembered correctly, in the era of the gods, this old man was bald. Where did his hair come from? After chatting for a while, they became familiar with each other. Lin Ling also learned many ancient myths and legends from them. He had to admit that although these people's strength was ordinary, their knowledge and experience were not low at all. They knew a thing or two about the legends of the universe. That old man Lai is not giving us any face at all. At the front, the dozen or so people were also talking. That's Brother Chen and the others. I've heard of their names before. Their strength can be considered passable, but they aren't that powerful. As for that white-haired man, I've never seen him before. However, I'm guessing that he's a burden or something. If we enter the dragon tomb and obtain the dragon stone, that fellow will definitely want a share of it. Master Lu Wen, we've seen too many of such situations. Don't worry, he wants to make up the numbers. Does he really think that others are fools? Someone will definitely teach him a lesson. The more they spoke, the angrier they became. They felt that Lin Ling was just a scapegoat that Brother Chen and the others had found. That old man Lai is really muddle-headed. No wonder he's bald. In the end, they were also complaining about the bald old man. Wait, Master Lu Wen, look. After walking for an unknown period of time, suddenly, a faint light came from the side of the road. Rhythm hunting silk. One of the gods pondered for a moment, and his face was instantly filled with joy. The rhythm hunting silk was an extremely rare treasure. Although it could not be compared to the dragon stone that could improve one's cultivation, it could improve one's divine body's aptitude and even one's soul power. It could even improve the universe. This was because this was a type of spider silk that was tough and stable. After refining it, it would naturally make one's divine body and the universe tougher. It's a huge piece. They immediately entered along the side of the road. Then, in a forest, they saw a large piece of rhythm hunting silk. This piece of rhythm hunting silk was about 5 meters long. It was a piece of white spider silk that was used to bind insects and demonic beasts. However, they did not dare to get too close because the rhythm hunting divine spider was not to be underestimated. It was highly poisonous. Moreover, this poison could ignore the protection of the divine power and the universe, making it extremely difficult to deal with. There was once a god who was poisoned by this poison and was in a coma for 3,000 years. Later on, a powerful god used his physical body to transmit the poison and neutralize the poison. The poison was transmitted to the powerful god, but his physical body was strong. Not only was he not injured, but he even used this opportunity to temper his physical body. However, how many gods in this era had powerful physical bodies? Apart from the most ancient primordial era, the majority of gods cultivated the power of gods. Moreover, the rhythm hunting silk is extremely tough. It will definitely take a lot of time to cut it down. Master Lu Wen continued, of course, it would be great if someone could lure the rhythm hunting divine spider away. Master Lu Wen, look at them. Suddenly, someone looked behind and said sinisterly. Master Lu Wen immediately smiled. This was a good idea. At this moment, the bald old man led the group into the forest. After all, Master Lu Wen and the others had disappeared. They thought that something big had happened. Then they saw the white spider silk from afar. Rhythm hunting silk. The bald old man exclaimed. Lower your voice. Brother Chen whispered and then licked his lips. The rhythm hunting silk was a precious treasure. Not only could it strengthen the universe, but it could also heal injuries. It was rare. What's the rhythm hunting silk? The men and women behind him were curious. Brother Chen immediately explained so that everyone gradually understood. However, when he talked about the rhythm hunting divine spider, his face was still solemn. Lin Ling was not very familiar with these ancient divine objects, but when he saw that Brother Chen and the others were familiar with them and mentioned the characteristics of the rhythm hunting divine spider, he smiled. It was not afraid of the divine power or the universe's power, but it was ineffective against the physical body. In that case, he was not afraid of the rhythm-hunting divine spider. Of course, to be careful, Lin Ling still checked carefully. All he saw was a large ball of white spider silk in front of him, but there was no charming divine spider in sight. It was only after Lin Ling took a closer look that he realized that the charming divine spider was hiding in the spider web, as if it was waiting for him. It was only the size of a thumb, and its aura was extremely strange. Moreover, although the spider silk looked huge, it did not have any aura. It could only be seen with the naked eye. Otherwise, it would be difficult to detect it. What a sinister spider! Lin Ling was secretly shocked. If a divine beast or a deity accidentally touched the spider silk, it would trigger the rhythm-hunting divine spider's attack. As long as the venom was injected, the deity would fall into a deep sleep and be slowly eaten by the rhythm-hunting divine spider. Old lie, that's the rhythm-hunting silk. It's extremely rare. Why don't we work together to get it? At this time, Master Lu Wen walked over and said with a smile. Sure. The bald old man nodded immediately. However, the rhythm-hunting divine spider must be hiding in there. That poisonous thing is very strange and difficult to detect. We have to think of a way to deal with it. Master Lu Wen said again. He suddenly looked at Lin Ling and said, How about this? Let him attract the rhythm-hunting divine spider while we attack from the side. What? Chapter 52:19. What nonsense are you talking about? Brother Chen immediately rebuked. He's the weakest here, and we've been protecting him all this while. It's normal for him to contribute. Master Lu Wen said matter-of-factly. That's right, that's right. He can't possibly just be here to make up the numbers, right? He's only thinking about benefits and not contributing anything. If he obtains dragon stones, he'll get a share without doing anything. That's too unfair. I think so too. The gods beside Master Lu Wen also spoke in a sarcastic tone. You guys are shameless. Brother Chen was furious. How long has it been? You guys are already protecting him? We didn't encounter anything. As for dragon stones, do you think he's lacking in them? He knew that they just obtained a large amount of dragon stones not long ago. If it was a small amount, Lin Ling wouldn't care at all. Taking a step back, if there was any danger, Lin Ling and the others should be the ones protecting them. Do you think we won't protect him just because you say so? If you let him try walking here alone, he'll probably be eaten by the divine beasts. The divine beasts don't dare to appear because we have so many people. From another perspective, this is also the reason why we're protecting him. Master Lu Wen spoke in disdain. He then looked at the bald old man. Old lie, you're the leader. You say it. That bald old man was in a difficult position. Although he didn't want Lin Ling to test the waters, Master Lu Wen and the others had a point. If they were just here to make up the numbers and share the benefits, others would definitely be unhappy. Alright, stop arguing. At this moment, Lin Ling suddenly spoke and interrupted everyone. How about this? I can go, but I'll be the one to distribute the charm hunting silk. Sure, sure. Master Lu Wen and the others smiled, not taking Lin Ling's words to heart. Little brother. The bald old man frowned and looked at Lin Ling, somewhat worried. Don't worry. Lin Ling nodded and walked toward the charm hunting silk. Old Chen, do you need help? He's alone. If something happens to him, it'll be troublesome. None of us here can save him. The bald old man looked at Brother Chen and said. Brother Chen frowned, but when he thought of Lin Ling's strength, he comforted him. Don't worry, little Lin isn't an impulsive person. He definitely has his ways. Although he said that, in reality, he wasn't confident at all. At this moment, Lin Ling was walking towards the spider web in the forest. His soul force acutely sensed that there were a lot of spider webs that he could see, but there were also a lot that he couldn't see. As long as he made contact with the spider webs, the rhythmic divine spider would definitely sense it. Sure enough, when Lin Ling touched a blade of grass beside his feet, the seductive divine spider woke up. However, Lin Ling continued to move forward as if he hadn't heard anything. Get ready, everyone. Master Lu Wen and the others secretly transmitted their voices to each other. As long as Lin Ling was hit, the rhythmic hunting divine spider would definitely pay attention to Lin Ling. This would be their chance to strike. Bang! At this time, a loud explosion sounded. Then, the spider web trembled. Then, something the size of a mung bean smashed onto the spider web and grew bigger. The rhythmic hunting divine spider that was the size of a mung bean suddenly grew to the size of a calf. What happened? Everyone was shocked. Could it be that the rhythmic hunting divine spider has already attacked, but that little brother blocked it? The bald old man said solemnly. Are you kidding me? Him. Master Lu Wen was in disbelief. The rhythmic hunting divine spider's attack is stealthy. How could that kid detect it? Even if he could, how could he block it? One must know that the rhythmic hunting divine spider can ignore the divine energy and poison the divine body directly. Then how do you explain the situation in front of us? Brother Chen was dissatisfied, but Master Lu Wen and the others couldn't refute him. At this time, Lin Ling was looking at the rhythmic hunting divine spider indifferently. In fact, he had already been attacked by the rhythmic hunting divine spider once, but his physique was strong enough to block the poisonous needle. In fact, Lin Ling's physique was very sensitive. When the poisonous needle was close to him, he sensed it. Moreover, Lin Ling knew that the rhythmic hunting divine spider must have sensed the power of Lin Ling's physique. As expected, when Lin Ling took a step forward, the giant rhythmic hunting divine spider took a step back. What the hell? This scene shocked everyone once again. In their eyes, Lin Ling kept walking forward while the rhythmic hunting divine spider kept retreating. In fact, they didn't know that the rhythmic hunting divine spider had indeed sensed Lin Ling's panga body and knew that its poison was ineffective against him. When Lin Ling saw that the rhythmic hunting divine spider didn't dare to provoke him, the power of faith appeared in his palm and gathered on his finger. Then he made a light slash. The tough spider silk was severed, and Lin Ling collected it. During this process, the rhythmic hunting divine spider didn't dare to move at all. This caused Master Lu Wen and the others to be suspicious. Could it be that this was a fake rhythmic hunting divine spider? Or did the rhythmic hunting divine spider just happen to have no more poison in it? The giant spider webs were collected by Lin Ling one by one. When the last spider web was about to be collected, the rhythmic hunting divine spider seemed to have lost its patience. Its 8 legs moved, and it pounced on Lin Ling, attacking again. It's attacking. When Master Lu Wen and the others saw this, they were all overjoyed. For some reason, they didn't want to see Lin Ling succeed. Perhaps they felt that it was a humiliation for a mere saint to be able to ignore the rhythmic hunting divine spider. Scram! Lin Ling stopped and looked up abruptly. His body looked thin and not very tall, but there seemed to be a huge shadow behind him. This was the Pangu tribe. The majestic giant held a huge sky-splitting axe. His head reached the sky, and his feet stepped on the ground, tearing the universe apart. An invisible aura surged out, and the rhythmic hunting divine spider let out a shrill cry. Its body suddenly shrank, smashed into the ground, and then disappeared. It ran away. Obviously, the rhythmic hunting divine spider could also sense that this mysterious white-haired man was its nemesis. Lin Ling immediately put away the rhythmic hunting divine spider web. Then he walked back. At this moment, Brother Chen and the others were still in a daze. The bald old man was shocked for a long time before he said with a wry smile, "It seems that having hair is awesome. Take this, it's yours." Lin Ling took out the spider web, cut it with the power of faith, and then distributed it to everyone. Moreover, the rhythmic hunting divine spider web was very useful to Lin Ling. If he refined it, it could greatly enhance his physical body, universe power, and soul. Wait, what about us? Master Lu Wen saw that Brother Chen and the others each had one, but Lin Ling ignored them, and they were instantly displeased. Take it, it's yours. Lin Ling also handed over a spider web. One. Master Lu Wen and the others stared and said coldly, "There are more than a dozen of us and you only gave us one? The main thing is that you discovered the rhythmic hunting divine spider web, so you got one. Otherwise, there wouldn't be a single one." Lin Ling said matter-of-factly. "Are you toying with us?" Master Lu Wan and the others were furious. No. Chapter 52:20. Master Lu Wan and the rest were stunned. They had indeed said that before, but they hadn't expected Lin Ling to succeed. Not bad, not bad. I heard it too. Ha ha ha, you can't go back on your words. That bald old man was even happier than the rest. Really? Master Lu Wen's expression sank. Why didn't I hear it? Did you guys hear it? Nope. I didn't hear it either. They are probably framing us. The rest were filled with righteous indignation. Brother Chen, the bald old man, and the rest glared. Master Lu Wen and the rest were really going back on their words. Did they still have any shame? Give us the hunting charm silk. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite. Master Lu Wen stared coldly at Lin Ling. Let me give you a reminder. If you are shameless, The price you have to pay is not small. Lin Ling sneered. What price? You want to covet our things? You think you are in the right? Master Lu Wen gave a signal with his eyes, and a deity giant universe god beside him made the first move. Pang! However, before he could get close to Lin Ling activated Lin Ling universe. Together with Panga's body, that deity felt as though he had crashed into a wall. Lin Ling stretched out his hand and grabbed that deity's neck before he could retreat. Pang! He then smashed the ground, and that deity fainted from the powerful force. The faces of Master Lu Wan and the others darkened. They were shocked. Lin Ling was merely a saint-level giant universe god, yet he had defeated a deity-level giant universe god. At this moment, fear and regret rose in their hearts. After all, this Lin Ling was so strong that he wasn't someone to be trifled with. If they had known this would happen, they would have talked nicely. Of course, now that things had come to this, there was no point in regretting. This Xiaoyang mirror god is my man. You are not giving me face by grabbing him like this. Master Lu Wen said coldly. So what if I don't give him face? What can you do? Lin Ling's expression didn't change as he narrowed his eyes. Nothing. Grandmaster Lu Wen was enraged. Countless thumb-sized stars revolved around his body. There were so many of them that they looked like flying bugs. Of course, if one were to look carefully, Master Lu Wen was like a universe with all the stars revolving around him. When I catch you, you'll know what you've done wrong. He attacked Lin Ling, and the densely packed stars all shot towards Lin Ling. What was even more terrifying was that these stars were showing signs of enlarging. You are not qualified to instruct me. Lin Ling held the Xiaoyang mirror god in one hand and punched out with the other. Innate talent fusion, his basic strength erupted. Crash! Space exploded, as if the most ancient deities were colliding, shattering the sun, moon, and stars. Lin Ling's punch was like a gale, blowing away all the stars and then heavily landing on Master Lu Wen's chest, causing him to groan and continuously retreat. Every time he retreated, the earth would explode under his feet. After retreating for a dozen steps, he finally stopped. Lin Ling was inwardly shocked. His previous punch, other than not using his trump card, contained his full strength. However, it only made Master Lu Wen retreat a dozen steps. It seemed that even though he had broken through, his strength wasn't enough to suppress a deity middle-stage cosmos giant god. Of course, compared to Lin Ling, the others were shocked. Other than Brother Chen and the rest, everyone was in disbelief. After all, this white-haired male was only a saint. Damn, is everyone with hair so fierce? That bald old man, Old Lai, cried out in surprise as he pulled Brother Chen back. Brother Chen faintly smiled. If he wasn't strong, would I dare to bring him here? After saying this, he felt his face grow. After all, he was the one who brought Lin Ling here. Master Lu Wen. Everyone shouted in unison, and someone even went to support Master Lu Wen. Master Lu Wen's face was ashen as he looked deeply at Lin Ling. You hid your strength very well. You actually managed to force me back with just the strength of a saint. Do you still want to try? Lin Ling said indifferently as he threw the person in his hand over. If you want to try again, I'll accompany you. If not, scram. I'll remember you. Let's go. Master Lu Wen knew that he was slightly injured. In addition, he couldn't see through Lin Ling's strength, so he didn't act rashly. Don't remember me for too long. Farewell, I won't send you off. Lin Ling also left these words for Master Lu Wen and the rest as he watched them leave with their tails between their legs. Tesese, having hair is indeed amazing. After they left, that bald old man walked over with a face full of surprise. What does this have to do with hair? Lin Ling was speechless. This old man seemed to envy others for having hair. In any case, he was a god. If he wanted to have hair, wouldn't it be as easy as flipping his hand? Of course it has nothing to do with it. No, it has something to do with it. People with hair are handsome when they fight, unlike us baldies. Even if we win, it won't be a glorious victory. The old man kept staring at Lin Ling's hair as he spoke. What us? It's you. We aren't baldies. Brother Chen immediately scolded with a smile. Lin Ling looked at them talking and felt a warm feeling in his heart. Since entering the Dao Pagoda, he had only seen slaughter. It was rare to see a scene of old friends talking like this. This reminded him of the time when he was in the void of the 9 prefectures. At that time, he hadn't become a god, but he had many friends. Brother Chen suddenly thought of something and said worriedly, "That Master Lu Wen and the rest actually left. They are so stingy. I guess they won't let us off." "So what if you have hair?" The old man's words made them speechless. He said coldly, "The 6th floor is so big." This time they left. Whether we can see them again is a problem. Even if we see them again, we aren't afraid of them. Lin Ling heard the old man's words and couldn't help but feel shocked. He checked and found that the old man was the same as Brother Chen. They were both middle-stage universe giant gods. Of course, there were strong and weak deities. Without making a move, Lin Ling wasn't sure of the old man's strength. Moreover, without my recommendation, they can't find the One-Tooth clan, the old man said confidently. Hearing this, Brother Chen and the rest finally relaxed and continued on their way. At this moment, Master Lu Wen was cursing angrily and walking along the road. "Master Lu Wen, without this old man leading the way, how can we find the One-Tooth clan? Even if we find the One-Tooth clan, will they want us? This old man is the one who recommended them." "Forget it. At most, we won't go to the dragon's tomb. I don't believe that there are so many dragon stones in the 18 Dragon Mountains. Apart from the dragon's tomb, we can't find any other place." "That's right. Wait until our deity energy increases. When we see them again, we will kill them sooner or later." Master Lu Wen and the rest talked as they walked. They couldn't suppress the anger in their hearts. Chapter 52-21. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Since when did this place become so lively? Let's go and take a look. Curious, they walked toward the town and realized that the number of powerful gods gathered in the town exceeded their expectations. Moreover, the town was controlled by the Tooth Race. The Tooth Race was one of the 12 races. How could they offend them? "Master Lu Wen, this must be some secret base. We accidentally trespassed here. I'm afraid it'll be troublesome," one of them said nervously. The gods were the overlords of the 6th level. Sometimes, they didn't need a reason to kill. "Let's go." Master Lu Wen's expression changed as he wanted to leave this troublesome place. "Wait, who are you?" However, just as they turned around, a large number of gods from the Tooth Race walked toward them. The man in the lead looked refined, but his aura was otherworldly, giving off the vibe of a king. We came here because of your reputation." Master Lu Wen's eyes flickered as he quickly smiled. "You came here because of my reputation? May I know which camp you are from?" The man sized up Master Lu Wen and the others. Seeing that they were quite strong, but they weren't from the gods, he let down his guard. "Could you be from Lin Ling's side?" The man guessed. After all, the strongest force in the vicinity was Lin Ling's side. Lin Ling. Master Lu Wen's heart sank. He suddenly recalled the battle in the Purple Wind Cave not long ago. Lin Ling had summoned the gods to fight against the 2 great races, which had shaken the 6th level. Now, Lin Ling could be considered one of the strongest forces on the 6th level below the gods. He was also considered the overlord of the itinerant cultivator camp. "That's right. We are all from Lin Ling's side." Master Lu Wen immediately smiled and said, "Lin Ling has Lei Gong under him. We are all from Lei Gong's side." Lei Gong. When the gods of the Tooth Race heard this, they all smiled politely. After all, their One Fong clan had wanted to form an alliance with Lin Ling for a long time. It was just that the One Fong clan did not know who Lin Ling was, so this matter was delayed. Speaking of which, the person in the One-Tooth clan who was most familiar with Lin Ling was none other than the palace master of the Taoist Divine Palace in the City of Destiny. Back then, Lin Ling had participated in the Taoist Divine City's luck competition and obtained first place. The Taoist Palace Master had even spoken a few words to Lin Ling, and the Palace Master's daughter liked Lin Ling. "Since you're Lin Ling's people, then you're an honored guest. Come. That man immediately said happily and very politely welcomed Master Lu Wan and the others into the small town. "Everyone, come over here. These are Lin Ling's people." After entering the town, the man shouted again, causing a large number of gods in the town to look at Great Master Lu Wan and the others. Subsequently, many people bowed slightly to Master Lu Wan and the others. There were quite a number of gods present, and there were even more powerful ones, But they were all bowing to Master Lu Wan and the others, which immediately made them feel overwhelmed by the favor. Although Master Lu Wan was a middle-stage universe giant god, his reputation was small, and his strength was also very ordinary. When had he ever received such treatment? It could be said that gods from the era of the gods did not have any status in the latter half of the Tao Pagoda. Hee, it's just a fluke. Master Lu Wan immediately waved his hand. The person behind him was also very happy. Like a senior or a god with a very high status, he waved his hand to the crowd. How is it a fluke? In the Battle of the Purple Wind Cave, 2 great god clans were forced to flee. This battle has already shaken the 6th floor. Your leader, Lin Ling, is now a rare rogue cultivator on the 6th floor who dares to go against the god clan. That's right, this is also our pride and honor. The god clan has dominated the 6th floor for many years, and now there are many who dare to go against the god clan. This is everyone's idol. People spoke one after another. They had all joined the One-Tooth clan, but they had all been bullied by other god clans in the past, so they were very unhappy with those tyrannical god clans. Haha, undeserved reputation, undeserved reputation. Master Lu Wen's face was red with excitement, as if he had really done something big. In a few days, Palace Master Wu Dao will come. He is the only one in our One-Tooth clan who is familiar with leader Lin Ling. If he knows that you have joined us, he will definitely be very happy. The man from before was also very polite to Master Lu Wan. Palace Master Wu Dao. Master Lu Wan and the others panicked. After all, they were all fakes who borrowed the reputation of others. If they were seen through by Palace Master Wu Dao, it would be troublesome. In fact, Palace Master Wu Dao is not familiar with Lin Ling, but they have exchanged a few words. Alright, I heard that in the City of Fortune, Lin Ling went to Palace Master Wu Dao to participate in the fortune competition and won first place. That man continued. Hearing this, Master Lu Wan and the others finally relaxed. It was good that they were not familiar with each other. This meant that even if they were fakes, the other party might not be able to recognize them. Good. I will represent the leader to welcome Palace Master Wu Dao. Master Lu Wan smiled faintly and said, By the way, are you going to Dragon's Tomb? Of course, Dragon's Tomb is now being targeted by several god clans. Our One-Tooth clan does not have many powerful gods left on the 6th floor, so we are looking for help. Your leader Lin Ling is one of them. I hope he can join us. The man smiled and said, However, Lin Ling's people are scattered in the 18 Dragon Mountains. It is the most difficult to find people in the 18 Dragon Mountains. We are not afraid of you laughing at us, but until now, we have not seen a single person from Lin Ling. You are the first batch. Speaking of this, his expression was obviously relaxed. It was as if being able to find Lin Ling's people was a great luck. He had also completed his task. This also made Master Lu Wan and the others feel that their face was lifted. In the Dao Tower, this was the first time they were valued so much. Don't worry, we will talk to leader Lin Ling and let our people join Dragon's Tomb. Master Lu Wan patted his chest and said, That's great, thank you. The One-Tooth clan people were very excited. They had already treated Master Lu Wan and the others as honored guests. That night, the town also held a banquet to warmly welcome Master Lu Wan and the others. They even let Master Lu Wan and the others sit at the head of the banquet. Looking at the numerous gods giving him face, Master Lu Wan felt as if he had done something great. He felt as if he had returned to the era of gods. In the end, he had already regarded himself as the master of the town. If he said one, no one would dare to say two. During this process, the town also had people joining them one after another. After knowing that Master Lu Wan and the others were Lin Ling's people, they were also in awe of them. However, on the 3rd day, a few people finally came from afar. The person in the lead was the bald old man. At this moment, Master Lu Wan and the others were casually walking around the town. Suddenly, they saw the bald old man and the others coming from afar. Master Lu Wan, look. Haha, it's Old Lai and the others. There's also that white-haired kid. They were also looking for the One-Tooth clan. I guess they came here for us. They didn't expect that we would be faster than them. Moreover, we are now Lin Ling's people. We have the most authority in the town. The people around Master Lu Wan were very excited. Master Lu Wan also excitedly smiled. He knew that there would be a good show to watch.